Hello, Internet. Welcome to StoryCrafters. I'm so excited. This is the first session of our first collaboration, first cohort, let's say, for StoryCrafters. I'm so excited to be doing this project with Tech, who's here to Tech Magic. And Tech, if you wouldn't mind kicking us off with, like, what is this? What is this beautiful collaboration that we have created here?
So Alice and I got together and kind of we're thinking how we can bridge the gaps between how we saw like two hugely creative spheres that didn't have a lot of overlap. And we came up with StoryCrafters, where we try to pair a craft, whether it's bookbinding in this case, or fiber arts, polymers, something of that sort, with a corresponding tabletop RPG, just to sort of put these two worlds together and find that intersection middle part of the Venn diagram um, that both myself and Allison enjoy.
That was so beautiful. I am moved. Yes, that is like the deep philosophical underpinnings of this project. And on the surface level too, if you love crafts and you're a nerd, and you love TTRPGs and you're a nerd, you are in the right place. We are going to be playing Monsters and Counselors. It is a lasers and feelings hack. And if you are interested in our giveaway, this is the first time I am doing one. So that's also very exciting. So we are so lucky to have the two sides represented in our giveaway. We have had our crafters bind some books. So they have created a camp diary for their character. And Tech will be giving away hers at the end of the stream, as well as TTRPGs. So the game we're playing plus 3 other games by Pandion Games will be in the giveaway as well. So grab your ticket throughout the stream. You can do !ticket. And at some point I'll fix that marquee in the corner, but for right now, just ignore it because I already told you what you get. So we're also very excited to introduce the cheering system. So for different levels of bits, we're going to have different levels of in-game stuff. So there's a re-roll in there, there's plot twists, and at the lower levels, you can do kind of weird thematic things that I find delightful, like donating a bench in the game at the camp with your name on it. Or giving a camp badge to one of the characters. And if you do that, you have to specify what you'd like their badge to be. And in game, if they want to make use of that and flash it and, show it off, so be it. So yes, we're so excited to play with you all tonight. I'm Allison, I'll be your GM. And let's get into it. Let's take a look at what's going on at Camp Chaos. Things were fun, and they're getting a little spooky. There's been a disappearance at Camp Chaos of late. Camp Counselor Muri has gone missing. She is the lead camp counselor. So you all had to report to her when you had anything go wrong with the kids, which happens a lot here at Camp Chaos, go figure. She was, in many ways, an inspiration to you. Or perhaps a rival. Depends on your character, really. So first, let's find out who you all are, and then I'd like you to kind of help me picture who was lead camp counselor Muri, and how does your character feel about this character? So first, let's introduce our counselors. Tech, do you mind kicking us off? Who is your character? What do they look like, and what are they all about?
So my character is Mist the Train von Figlersbert. I am a not specialist counselor, kind of head up in the clouds, not so much paying attention to the children as much as I probably should be. Very much an eclectic sort of personality. Definitely the camp counselor that is more invested in the camp activities than the kids are sometimes. Very like wild, I was gonna say naughty hair, but like that seems very direct. And just in general, there for a good time and maybe not so much caretaking.
Amazing. Did you say your nickname?
The Train. My nickname is The Train. I am Mist the Train von Ficklersbert.
Why the train?
Just because Mist isn't always there. She's the one that laughs at the joke 5 minutes after it's told and everyone's already quiet. She's the one that lays awake at night and is like, were they making fun of me? Like that's Mist. Kind person, not all the marbles are in their place.
And Camp Counselor Muri, give me one thing that Mist thinks about her, or thought about her prior to her disappearance.
Mist thinks that she's entirely too focused on, or more focused on structure than Mist prefers, and doesn't like that she doesn't want the counselors to be as active in the activities as the kids. So she sees her as kind of like a little bit of a stick in the mud.
Wonderful. Awesome. Well, thank you. It's great to have Mist at camp. And next, can we have Camp Counselor Hazel Kale introduce yourself?
Well, Hazel is the camp chef. She is normally tucked away in the back of the lunchroom in the mess hall. You don't really she's not very presentable for, to go out and really interact with the kids, but she does her best anyways because nutrition is very important. You need to know what you're eating. And if I put oatmeal in the mac and cheese, so be it. We are just trying to cram all of your food groups into one meal. We are trying to be reasonable about this. She's very much a combination of Gordon Ramsay and Moira shit. Of just like, well, we just fold in the cheese and that's that. She is just this. She's in that kind of weird age range of like she's 50 plus, but as far as the kids are concerned, she's like 120, with just this massive pile of red curly hair, which is kind of contained by a hairnet. Obviously, her apron looks like it's been in a knife fight, and she is incredibly messy. Yes, she is. She would like everybody to just be paying a lot of attention. She's got a lot of food cutouts in her camp journal. So
Wonderful.
Yes, that is Hazel, and her nickname is the Corn Place because she runs around and talks a lot about mise en place. And the kids misheard her one day. They thought she said maize, and then they thought corn, and they did some funny word associations. So she is Hazel, the Corn Place Kale.
I love it. And before Camp Counselor Muri's unfortunate disappearance, how did Hazel feel about her?
I think that she was far too giving. I am trying to cut budgets here. I'm trying to save money for you. So you wanted me to spend more money on this ethically sourced, free range stuff. I'm realistically, I'm trying to go bulk barn shopping for you. So we're having a weird budgetary kind of headbutting at this point in time. So, you know what? Maybe while she's gone, I can solve some budget problems here, and we'll see about this. So,
if
we find her, we find her.
I feel like there's a lot of shade being thrown at Camp Counselor Muri. I hope you guys want to find her. Okay, I love this. I'm very interested to hear about our last camp counselor, who is Brentwick. Brentwick, could you please introduce yourself, describe what you're all about?
Yeah, hopefully I didn't end up breaking my thing when I moved my computer there so that I don't look like...
Oh, your audio went out. Just now. Oh, you're back.
Hey, there we go. Okay. All right, I realized that I was either staring way over there or...
Oh yeah, it keeps cutting out. That's so weird.
Okay, hold on.
No worries.
All right, are we stable?
Mm-hmm.
Are we good?
Yeah.
Hey, all right. Honestly, probably half decently appropriate for my character, anyways. My character is Brentwick, the Owl Irontide. I am a survival instructor. Probably a little bit off kilter by most people's standards, but has probably come a little bit too little too close to the brink a few too many times and left something behind. So You can see them walking around in like a t-shirt and shorts. It does not matter what the weather is, what the season is. They are all about making sure people can actually survive and don't really care if people have to get hurt to learn how to do so.
Good to know. And your nickname?
It was the Owl, because I'm always constantly like head on a swivel watching absolutely everything all the way around.
Wonderful. And Brentwick, how did you feel about camp lead Muri before her disappearance?
Bit of a mixed feeling. Definitely had some headbutting as far as they were very particular about, making sure the children come back all in one piece with all their fingers and everything. No cuts as unless absolutely needed or accidental. But Brentwick at least did understand that, they were important to keep this place running because Brentwick wants nothing to do with the administrative side of this camp. So, while they weren't, they don't fully see eye to eye and everything, they definitely at least appreciate their position in the camp.
Wonderful. So I'm picking up that Camp Counselor Marie is like the most put together out of all of you. Is that fair to say?
She's definitely the herder of the cats. Like, we are all the cats wanting to knock things off shelves and destroy curtains, and she's like, please do that to the scratch post. So at least that's the impression I get of her.
I love it.
Hazel would never admit this, but she does appreciate what Marie does, but she's hidden back in the kitchen. She'd tell it to the vegetables that she's slicing, but she's not going to tell anybody else that.
Camp Counselor Marie has long, kind of silver hair. Her age is indeterminate because she can either be quite old to have earned her gray, or premature gray, or perhaps, just someone who loves to dye their hair. It's so hard to tell these days. The kids have a game of guessing how old she is. Her hair is kind of drawn up into a long braid that's very thick and Rapunzel-like and kind of swings around on her shoulder. And there was a mishap where one of the kids mistook it for the climbing rope. And there was a brief visit to the emergency room, but everything turned out okay. Camp Counselor Muri has done this for many, many years. She started as a camp counselor like you all one summer, an indeterminate amount of time ago, and has now moved her way up through the ranks to be one of the folks in charge. People have different feelings about her depending on your own status as either a monster or a counselor, perhaps. And we'll get into those stats in a little bit here. But her absence has certainly been felt in the camp. There's been rumors swirling around about what happened to her. It's so unlike her to just kind of up and leave, especially in the middle of so many different important things like archery week, where the students practice archery in many unsafe places, or the parent play, where the parents are subjected to watching the students or the campers rather, sorry, that's my ed background leaking in. The campers are kind of doing their own interpretations of what typically ends up being like Macbeth, but like they think it's like, Hamlet, but they think it's like the Lion King. Like there's always some play behind the play, and the students are like, this is a Disney movie. All of this is happening this week. Camp Counselor Muri would not miss this. This is her favorite time of the year. All of you are also trying to find out information about where Muri has gone, maybe for your own personal entertainment or vindication, or to ensure that Muri doesn't come back and mess with your own way of running things, but you're interested. All of you players have a stat next to your screen, and indeed on your character sheet, that indicates if you are more monster or more counselor. So the higher the number you have, the more monstrous, quote unquote, you are in this game, meaning you act with your impulses, your brutishness, your combat-driven self, kind of your selfishness a bit. And if you're on the lower side of things, you've chosen a character that's a little bit more counselor, a little bit more caring, empathetic, kind of ready to listen. And so you can roll with either stat, but basically just do what your character is going to do, and we'll tell you kind of what dice to roll to make that happen. So counselors, you find yourselves at, well, actually, where would you like to start? What's your favorite part of camp? Like activity-wise.
Well, Mist is always going to say the ropes course. That's just the default answer for everything. So I feel like if Mist starts anywhere, it would be reassembling the ropes course as she does once a week to keep campers on their toes and aware of all the different types of knots there are. Only Mist enjoys this.
I love this. So you all start out in the ropes course. There are a bunch of kids that are clamoring around them. And the current problem is that one of these kids, who you know quite well, Gerbil, very tiny child, all bones, hardly any flesh on him, just kind of like angular, big eyes, hair that looks like it got stuck in an electric socket pretty frequently, always kind of wiping his nose with lots of snot running down. Gerbil is currently caught in the middle of the course, kind of just wrapped up all the limbs in different directions from trying to climb in too many different directions at once. And the three of you are standing kind of on the edge of this ropes course, taking a look at Gerbil's plight. What do you do?
I don't let Gerbil figure it out. He's got it. He's got it. He learned from the best about knots. He got it.
I mean, I'm quite upset that, camp lead Marie wouldn't let me bring the chef's knives out of the kitchen, or else we'd have them out of this ropes course in like 2 seconds flat.
That's not the point of knots, though. You don't cut knots. You undo them and redo them. You don't need knives. You don't need all of that. You just gotta pull the right part of the rope.
Brentwick looks over. I know what part to pull. Pulls out their knife and walks up to the course and just starts cutting the kid free.
Well, before you can get through the course, give me a roll with your monster stat. So you're gonna roll a d6 and see if you roll under your number, which is hard for you, Brentwick.
No, I rolled exactly my number. Because, that's how we're going to start.
Perfect. So you have rolled a monstrous counselor moment if you roll exactly your number. So you get a special insight into what's going on. You can ask the GM a question and they'll answer you honestly. So first of all, you have succeeded. So tell me how it looks as you kind of navigate through. I mean, this is Mist's rope course. It's very intense. Like, how do you navigate through it to get to the center?
Is it kind of like a track that runs kind of big that I can come at it from the side, or is it like just this like big radial mess, like spider web of knots?
What do you think, Mist?
I think that it's as if it was one of those like Mist tried her best to make it like a Ninja Warrior course, but all she had was paracord, so like that's basically what she tried to do. All of their rope budget is completely expended at this point. So there's a lot of like swinging pieces. There is like one part of it that is like just a macrame crocodile because she wanted that sort of element as a part of it. So definitely stompable, definitely something you can stomp through as a full-grown adult, I think. But the illusion is when you tell children the floor is lava, they act like the floor is lava. So if I tell them the macrame crocodile will eat their little tiny legs if they don't figure out the knots, then they will think that, or they will at least try their best to roleplay that.
Yeah, as Brentwick, as you kind of take this in, you do see that there is a little girl with her pigtails. She's upside down on the rope, kind of like clinging to it with all arms and all legs wrapped to it, and her pigtails are like straight down behind her, like touching the ground, and she's face to face with this macrame crocodile, and she's like, please don't eat me, please don't eat me. And that's like the first obstacle you pass on your way to Gerbil in the center.
question with respect to this situation: does a monstrous moment mean I'm going to be a little bit more kind of monstrous as like?
It's a monstrous
character?
counselor moment. It's a ta-da, like a moment of insight.
Oh, okay. Yeah, as I'm walking through, see the one kid crying, kind of like hit their back, like push them up into like the next portion of the rope. Just keep going, like step over the occasional piece, like see like just a weird like spider web of rope at the side, just kind of walk around it, and finally get to the kid that's like drawn and quartered in the middle of this in the middle of this course, and just
Literally what's happening.
knowing how important all this is to Mist, I will cut as close to the kid as possible, but also hearing the voice of the lead counselor, you know, kind of like where I might cut like right at the limbs, be like, go back, you know, go back a couple of inches and cut each of the limbs free. And how far off the ground is this kid?
For Gerbil, I mean, he's so small, like pretty high for him. He's only like 3 feet something, so anything's a big fall for Gerbil.
Oof, me.
So the last thing I cut is going to be like their left leg, and I'm just gonna grab and then cut above and just kind of.
Perfect. So with your success on the die, so this game stacks dice. So you didn't really plan for this, which is why you only rolled 1 die. So it's a success, but you did barely manage it with 1 die in play. However, you had your monstrous counselor moment, which gives you that insight into something. So because you had a semi-success, you do kind of tweak Gerbil's ankle a little bit while holding him upside down. He's like a very little guy. And you hear him squeak, as his namesake is wont to do. And he's like, careful, Mr. Brentwick! That's my good ankle! As you kind of give it like just a little tug as you set him back down on the ground. So the complication is Gerbil is small and malleable. But for your monstrous counselor moment, what insight would you like into what's going on in this ropes courts situation, and or your own navigation of it, and or anything you can see really in sight right now?
Anything I can see in sight? Yeah,
you're at the ropes course. Rumors have been flying around about Muri. The kids are in a various state of entanglement in this course, and Mist is in her element.
Would I, before I, do I know how long they've been missing at this point?
About 3 days.
And would I be able to see any indication of potentially the last time they might have like done a lap of this course? Because I feel like they would have probably done a regular lap and removed some of the more dangerous elements on a regular basis.
I don't know. Did you put them back, Mist?
Did I put what back?
The dangerous elements.
Well, Mist alters it every week. I'm gonna say that Muri gets most of it, but not all of it, and that's a point of competition that Mist has with Muri, of trying to stump her as much as possible. Because at this point, Mist isn't thinking of the children. Mist is thinking of the ideal ropes course.
So Mothman, your question was, are you in putting that back, or what insight are you hoping to gain from that?
Am I able to like gain kind of indication of whether or not Marie has been through here in any kind of recent any kind of indication of that side of things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so because of the constant warfare of replacing dangerous items with Mist, it's hard to tell from that element. Like, you see the macrame crocodile definitely has little toothpicks sticking out of its teeth, like for extra pointy effect, and like that definitely wouldn't fly with Muri. But But hard to say if like Miss put that back or, you know, she hadn't been here in a bit. But because of the insight you've gained, you do see that kind of near the woods on the back end of this ropes course, there is a pile of wood for the campfires that's normally just like thrown there as campers, the older campers at least, chop it up and put it there. And they toss it and it's all kind of in disarray. It's very neatly stacked. And you're pretty sure Mist doesn't care about wood piles, and you're also pretty sure that Miri would stack things like that. So you know, at the very least, this wood is fresh. It hasn't been rained on. She was in this area at least within the past 3 days. So it's possible that she like passed through here before her disappearance.
Okay, cool. Do I change any of my numbers or anything like that because of rolling my number?
Nope. You got your insight, and so that's your bonus there. The only time you'll change your numbers is if you fail. So it's kind of like you're tilting into the other side of yourself if you fail by using the thing that you're supposed to be good at. Like, maybe if I can't get through life like this, I'll try this way, kind of a thing. But yes, so you see this pile of wood. You see Gerbil standing next to you, and he's like, "Oh gosh, well, thanks for saving me."
You look a little small to be this deep in the course. I think the edges are a little bit safer for you. I don't think Miss particularly made this part for you.
One of the bigger kids brought me over here and then said, "Have fun getting out, Gerbil."
I'm just yelling from the sidelines, ropes are for everyone! This is an all ages activity! Like, I'm besides myself because also the ropes have been cut. I've made a note that carbon fiber rope is in the budget for next year because we're nixing all the macaroni art. Like, that's my priority right now.
Hazel.
Asking, are they still around? Can you point them out?
Yeah. He points to kind of two, let's say they're twins, just because that makes it more cinematic. So these twins are sitting there, and they have kind of like that Beavis and Butthead like snickering laugh, and they're actually, you can see their heads poking out behind that perfectly stacked and organized wood pile in the back. And then when they see you making eye contact with them, they jab each other in the ribs and duck back down again, like a little whack-a-mole behind the wood pile. Hazel, do you hear this talk of macaroni?
Yes. Hazel was busy making a list of all these kids that are stuck on the rope course, and she is going, "I'm gonna need an extra serving of spinach for you." She's plotting like a dietary plan, but like Hazel's version of a dietary plan of like, we're gonna dose your food a little bit and give you some extra vitamins. And she heard the thing about the macaroni art and just kind of, we'll have to have a discussion about that because you're not using my macaroni. This is a very different, I'm trying to cut my budgets, okay? And then of course, you know, seeing the kids over behind the wood pile, she's going, dish duty, because she knows that cooking with her is a reward. Cleaning the dishes is not.
Two-finger point and pointing over at Mist, like to the kids over behind the thing and pointing to Mist, and then walking towards Mist. No, like fully assuming that they are coming.
And Mist?
I'm already plotting the next ropes course, and just like, not that I'm disappointed in Gerbil, but I'm like, you didn't want to try a little bit more? Like, it was fun, right? Like, it's fun. Knots are fun. Gerbil does not agree, I don't think.
Do you see Bruntwick's gestures?
I'm not sure I did. Considering how absorbed Mist is and not very present in situations.
Bruntwick, you've just been making like planning gestures at Mist directly, like, and you see the eye contact, but there's no registration there.
I just happen to be staring into space in your exact direction. just it's all rope course in front of my eyes, and you're doing a bunch of stuff. Just
Gerbil tugs on your shirt, Brentwick, and says, "Oh gosh, don't tell Camp Counselor Miss that I don't like the course. She's gonna make me do it again. She loves ropes."
We're gonna fix this. At this point, have the Beavis and Butthead started moving this way yet, or do I have to go get them?
You take a look at the woodpile and you see that they are attempting to do like kind of a barrel roll behind the next solid object nearby, and it looks pretty cool in their own minds, but to you it just looks like two twins just kind of rolling in the dirt very haphazardly. They're trying to make a move out there.
Brentwick's gonna retrieve them and bring them back to talk to Hazel and Mist for how they're going to answer for what they've done.
As you grab them and bring them back over, they at first resist, and then they're kind of like, what am I looking for? Like, just they're so impressed by authority up close, even though they put on a big show when they're far away. So as soon as you come over to them, they just kind of shrink in stature. Mr. Brentwick, Counselor Brentwick, Mr. I don't know what kids say about counselors. Counselor Brentwick. Sorry about that. And the two of them kind of follow you with their heads hung low. But as they get closer to Gerbil, you see them kind of begin to elbow each other again and snicker. And it seems like, given the chance, they're ready to start trouble. They are approaching you, Hazel, and Mist. And the two of them are just known around camp as Double Trouble.
First of all, that little barrel roll thing that you were doing there, for proper sanitary purposes, I am going to need you to triple wash your hands before you go and do the dishes, which you will be doing for the remainder of this week. You know, Camp Counselor Marie would probably have you doing something silly like helping out with sing-song time or something like that, but you are going to learn the value of a hard day's work. And don't you say anything to Gerbil. He has had fewer meals than you have. He is just not quite as big as the two of you yet. Okay? Just, Mist, do you have anything to add to this?
No, that's enough. No, that's quite enough. No, we don't need anything else. We're good, aren't we, Double? Uh-huh.
Oh, no. You caused the course to get damaged. I'm pretty sure Mist needs assistance to try some new knots and help out rebuilding the course. They definitely need to test this as they go, don't they?
This is the consequence of being naughty.
Stop. Stop it. It's not okay. Similarly, Double and Trouble look appalled at the pun. Oh, no. Oh, and she's just gonna say that the whole time that we fix it. Can't we do something else? I don't want to do dishes, says Double, and Trouble's like, and I don't want to help with knots, ever, for any reason. Can we do something else?
No.
Knots and dishes?
You don't like it? No.
Oh. They kick at the ground. Go ahead.
This is what real life is. Dishes.
Oh, God.
Dishes until you die.
Oh. This camp sucks, says Double, and kicks at the dirt and kicks up a little tuft of it. And Gerbil gives another squeak and hides behind you, Brentwick, as the two of them head off towards the knot repair shop that Mist has set up next to the course, and towards your kitchen there, Hazel, looking very, very grumpy. We will fast forward to the evening. After dinner, you see Double. He's got big, oversized, like, rubber dish gloves on, and he is just covered comically in, like, soap suds in the back dish area, looking very disgruntled. Keeps giving dirty looks to Gerbil and, like, nodding over to Trouble, who's kind of helping dry, and the two of them are making, like, scheming looks. There are other campers here in the dining hall. There's Wheezy, who is kind of always wandering off in the middle of sessions and kind of finding himself in the middle of the woods or kind of stuck inside a Winnie the Pooh hole somewhere in one of the one of the cabins. He's just kind of wandering constantly and seems seemingly unaware that he's in any danger, and he doesn't even thank you when you get him out of the danger. So he's there. He's kind of absently leaning on one of the machines that you use to kind of cut up hot dogs, Hazel, and he's leaning just like very carefully next to it, precariously, actually, I would say, next to the slicing blade. So there's Wheezy. And you also see Graham Quince, or Kintz. How did you pronounce that one? Quince?
Hazel immediately bonded with him. He had a food name, and she thought that was wonderful.
Yes. So Graham is kind of quintessentially, like, looks like he'd rather be in a library. His glasses are huge, oversized, big square plastic frames. And he keeps pushing them up on his nose because it's sliding down because of all the calamine lotion that he has there from all the bug bites. And it's just this like slippery pink slope as his glasses continuously slide down his face. And he's just shoveling macaroni into his mouth. So you are all here. You do hear talk from some of the other counselors murmuring amongst themselves, and you hear Muri's name being mentioned. Of course, you see Wheezy next to a blade, and Quince just kind of being Quince. What do you all do?
Hazel is immediately, she's very aware of everything going on in her domain. She is going to right over to the hot dog slicing machine, and she's not there to necessarily make sure that they're safe, but she thinks that this is indicating an interest in using the machine. So she is going to, are you interested? So would you? When did hot dogs call out to your soul? When would you? What do you think we could do with hot dogs? Or do you think we could do the hot dogs in the mac and cheese? Do you think we could do a hot dog jambalaya? Do you think? What do you see? And she's gonna go into the fridge next to there and pull out just this obscene amount of hot dogs and say, "What do you see these hot dogs being?" And she's gonna step back and just like wait for this child to have their culinary brilliance.
I'm gonna call for a dice roll on that, to really connect with the dreams of this camper. So I'm gonna say you're prepared for this, considering you had a bunch of hot dogs stored away for display purposes. So add another die, so that's 2 dice for you. And you're gonna be rolling as a counselor.
Okay, roll for hot dogs.
Roll for hot dog, please.
Roll for hot dogs.
She always has hot dogs ready. So I rolled a 3 and a 1.
Okay. So how many of those are above your number as a counselor?
My number is a 4. So
it's exactly that.
So it's each die individually. So you're kind of increasing your chances of rolling over or under, but you're not adding anything.
Okay, so I rolled, both of those are under.
All right. So unfortunately, with your counselor roll, you're trying to be selfless, helpful, and thoughtful, and you're coming on a little strong here. Your monstrous side is just too strong to really make that connection. So none of your dice have succeeded. Things do get a little worse, and because this is a fail, you used your counselor stat, so go ahead and increase your number by 1, so you're becoming a little bit more monstrous in this moment, as what you have intended to be kind of like almost like a career exploration moment here in camp. Like, you know, they had this whole session where they invited some people from town over, and they're like, I'm the postmaster, I'm the, general, store owner. Like, they got to have a little career day, and you're like, I want that. And so you prepared these hot dogs, you were ready for this moment. Unfortunately, in the perspective of Wheezy, who was completely zoned out, not paying attention, and unaware that he was even in the cafeteria, you come out like a visage of just basically like a hot dog monster in Wheezy's mind that like comes out of nowhere and just starts shoving food at him. And he has no context for this. And so his eyes just kind of go wide as saucers, and he's staring at you, and he's like, what? Why do you give me so many hot dogs? Do I have to eat all these? Just whoom, right over his head.
Just absolutely, just hard. She's gonna kind of. Do these hot dogs not speak to you? Do they not call out?
Are hot dogs supposed to speak?
Yes! Yes, they are!
Oh my god.
You speak to me.
I've never heard a hot dog speak. The weirdest thing I heard speak was that creepy voice in the woods.
I'm sorry. What did that creepy voice in the woods sound like?
Well, I'm not supposed to talk. No, I'm not supposed to talk about it.
Did it sound like a hot? That's exactly where she was going.
What does a hot dog sound like?
She's yeah, you know what? This is who Hazel is. She's gonna pull a hot dog out. She's gonna snap it in half. She's gonna make it talk because she's given all these. Yeah, she's definitely given all these foods a different kind of.
It's like
This is what a hot dog sounds like. And did it sound like that, or did it sound more like cauliflower, which is a little bit more rougher and a little bit more brusque? Or did it sound like lettuce, which kind of sounds like this? And she's just gonna start kind of and all of a sudden she remembers. Wait, no, sorry, voice in the woods. Sorry, where did you hear this voice? I'm actually kind of curious about this. I don't get out of the kitchen much. Can you tell?
Hazel, in all of these moments that you've done before to other campers, and they steer very clear of your post back there for this very reason, you're used to Marie coming by and putting a hand on your shoulder and saying, maybe let's cut out the hot dog voice act today. And you pause for a moment waiting for the heavy feeling of her hand and kind of her tried but patient voice, and it doesn't come. And you're aware that lead camp counselor Marie is not here with you all at this time. And it just sends a little twinge of unfamiliarity through you. But as you finish your question to Wheezy, he's like, it didn't sound like any of those. Those were all different voices, and it didn't sound like any of those voices. And you made all those voices also, so it wasn't you.
Okay, so it wasn't me in the woods. I appreciate that. Now, obviously, these voices exist in the kitchen. Where, I try not to... And it does a little shoulder check again, waiting for that hand. These voices happen in the kitchen. Where did this voice happen? Because maybe it was missed. Maybe it was Brentwick. If he stays in one place long enough when he's not running around doing his things. Where did you hear this voice?
I mean, I've seen Camp Counselor Brentwick in the woods when I just am there, and he's like, what are you doing out here? And I'm like, I don't know, actually. I wasn't here a second ago. And he's like, it's 3 hours away from the camp, and I'm like, I don't know. I was distracted. But it wasn't him either. And, Miss too happy. This voice sounded not happy at all. It was over back behind the ropes course.
Huh. Interesting. Okay, well, if you are not here to be my hot dog savant, I'm going to need you to leave my kitchen.
What's a savant? He says and scratches his head.
Graham would know. Just leave my kitchen. Leave.
As Wheezy is kicked out of the kitchen and his hand is saved from potential injury from the device, which was never the point of order here for Hazel. At the mention of Graham, Brentwick, you and Mist kind of hear Hazel yell his name. Graham would know from the kitchen. And Graham looks up, pushing the glasses up the slippery calamine slope on his face, and looks at both of you and says, am I needed?
I'll go find out. Like, seeing like the big pantomime of hot dogs, it's like, she's gonna turn the machine on again.
She's still in the kitchen, just kind of she's just talking to the hot dog. She snapped one in half, so she's having a full conversation. Behind the ropes course. That ropes course is dangerous, don't you say? Yes, I totally agree. And yeah, just full on conversation. And then every so often kind of looks over at the kids washing the dishes. Keep washing. And then just kind of in her own world.
Trouble, who's still helping because of dish duty, is just like, this is the literal worst, as he's just scrubbing up dishes and listening to the hot dog conversation.
Next time, don't misbehave.
Brentwick, this is what you see when you walk into the kitchen.
walking in the kitchen, seeing Beavis and Butthead doing their thing, and also kind of side-eyeing Gerbil. It's like, that's one more night of dishes. I keep keep walking. Of like, normally you talk to the hot dogs. Normally they don't have anything interesting to say. Also, proud of you. You didn't turn on the machine this time. That tends to scare them away a little faster. So, good job.
I will say the bench that the machine is resting on, like the little workbench, the front of it has a little plaque on it, and it says the Nick Neagle, and it's a little bronze plaque on the front of that bench.
Sorry, side note. Every day when Hazel walks into the kitchen, she does come over to this little plaque, and she does give it a little, like, a little hello. And she goes, Nick understands the poetry in the hot dogs. He knows.
With Old Bay.
Yep, and then she pulls out a thing of Old Bay and puts it next to, over top of the plaque, because she's just paying homage to who she thinks is the greatest donor that has ever been involved in this camp. Because Old Bay fixes everything. FYI, there's the piece of Carolyn that is involved in Hazel right there.
I love it. So you see this scene in front of you. Is there anything you all would like to have resolved or discuss in the camp kitchen scene? Or do you feel good about switching scenes to another locale in camp?
Hazel supposes that she can leave the hot dogs be. Brentwick has ruined her moment with this hot dog, and she just puts it away. Just pops it back in the fridge and goes, until tomorrow, when someone knows what to do, we'll figure out who you will be.
There's a moment where you just remember a previous time you've done this, and Marie coming in and just being like, I just worry about you. Just like giving you a really just sincere look across the kitchen, and that memory fades and Marie's image disappears.
Feels accurate.
It grabs the hacked in half hot dog of like, good calories, and hammers back the cold hot dog on the way out.
Brutal.
Missed anything you'd like to accomplish in the camp diner?
So considering that Brentwick had cut up parts of my rope course, which I'm a little bitter about, I took the parts that were hacked off and I'm braiding them together. The aim behind this is to make like a glasses band for Graham to go around the back of his head so his glasses don't keep slipping. But there's not enough rope, so it's entirely too tight. I just tie it on yes, this is perfect. Now your glasses are never gonna fall off. But they're really pressed against his face right now. They're he's like, this is better.
Well, let's see how well you do in your repairs. Go ahead and give me a roll. Give me 1d6 for the base roll. Preparation, you obviously have rope on you at all times. And throw in another one because you're an expert. Give me 3d6 on this roll.
Okay. Okay, let's see. 3d6. I rolled a 2, and a 4.
Okay. So you're going to be rolling this as a counselor. So you'll need to roll above. And above a 5. I don't think you did you?
No. 2, 2, 4. So
okay.
I failed.
All right. So unfortunately, you failed the roll. So go ahead and move your number up by 1 to a max of 5.
It feels right.
So unfortunately, you can't move it up 1 more because you're maxed out on monster. But things do get worse. So I think, your description of the glasses that are too tight, was that what you were going for? Is that like a negative consequence? 'Cause I can give that to you.
I was going for them to, I mean, Mist is trying to make them fit. And I was thinking that Mist being Mist is just like, it's gonna work no matter what, and just straps it to this poor child's head.
So yeah, I like that. Let's go with the too tight glasses as Graham is just sitting there, and it's like he's gonna go swimming with those tiny little goggles that are just suctioned to your face.
Oh, no.
And his glasses are kind of giving an effect. I mean, because the glass is also kind of bending a little bit. There's like a little fisheye look for everything. And so Graham's getting a little disoriented, and he's like, "Thank you, Counselor Mist. All two of you. I appreciate it."
Mist is so proud of herself, by the way. She's just like, another day's work. Like,
Mist, you also, for a moment when you're like pridefully looking at your helpfulness here, feel that memory of Muri, who, you guys had a chat in her office once, and she's leaning seriously over the desk at you, and her long braid is kind of hefted over one shoulder, and she leans forward and says, "I know you mean well. I know that." And that just kind of echoes in your ear as the memory fades.
nah.
And with that, we cut away from the mess hall to the tents at night as the bugle sounds, taps, as the flag is ceremoniously brought down the flagpole, and the 5 kids who are tasked with folding it up for the night do so, some of them with more zealousness than others. Some of them are like picking their noses and like it's not really a big deal, and some of them have their hands over their hearts and this is the biggest honor of their lives, as those children make their way with the flag to the supplies tent where everything is kept kind of for the next day's use. You all are on night patrol, as you know that some campers tend to do what they're told, and some campers tend to push the limits of what is allowed at night at camp. In this camp, how do you guys picture the tent situation? Like, what's the general layout? Do you see it as like all tents in one area? Do you kind of see clusters of tents? What does Camp Chaos look like?
I see a couple, some clusters, because obviously we're trying to sort things like we do our vegetables in our fridge, or at least that is how Hazel sees it, where, you need to have, like, all of your cruciferous veg together, and all of your, like, so you've got kind of, like, boys' side of camp and the girls' side of camp, and realistically, they should probably be much further apart if we were actually trying to, like, dissuade them from getting into shenanigans. But, like, yeah, I think that is how I see it, with a bit of a lane down the center that, if they manage to catch us at the right time, they'd be able to kind of scoot in behind us and, off into the tents on the other side and get lost. But that's how I'm picturing it. I don't know how everybody else sees it. Again, this is a very orderly fridge situation.
I like the idea of, like, just side note, instead of, like, having, like, Myers-Briggs tests or whatever, like, people have for personalities, like, Hazel's just categorized all children into different types of, like, food. It's like, ugh, that's absolutely what a carrot would do. Like, it's just, like, that's how all the children are categorized.
Yeah, pretty much. It's very much we need to boil you and de-starch you slightly. Stop being such a raw potato. Like,
your I'm dying here because of your fridge metaphors. I can't even speak. Oh my gosh.
Like, I'm gonna put you over here where the celery goes. Please don't die. I will forget about you.
Cut to Graham sitting there with his glasses pasted back on his head. Okay, sure. Just sitting very still.
Oh my god. For me, it's like Hazel, everything is like food related. So like Hazel's advice is like, well, the water that hardens the egg like softens the pasta or something like that. None of the children like know what it means. They're just like, I'm hungry.
Oh yes, you know what? I'm so glad that you saw into her brain. That is exactly it. She's very much, sometimes you throw the pasta at the wall and it'll stick. Just throw yourself at the wall and see if you stick to the wall of life. Okay.
There's actually a sign at the main office of the camp, which I think we named. Let's see. It's the Franco Cook Pavilion. So at the Franco Cook Pavilion, there's a tally of how many children have wall-related injuries from metaphors that were misinterpreted, and the number is currently 7.
How many children are we sending into wall?
And it's all the children that listen to you carefully. Like, it's the good kids. They're like, okay, I'll try it. Take a running leap.
They're sending themselves into the walls.
They're listening.
Brentwick answer. Like, you're accountable for your own actions.
So as you counselors, you're the ones that were picked for the evening to do patrols, make sure everything's as it should be in the camp. You all have flashlights in hand. I know you picked one item for your inventory, so you do have that, but also I'm giving you a free flashlight, so you have that at your disposal. It makes sweeping motions, arcing through the darkness of the camp. And it's interesting, it's like when the camp is lit in the daytime, it almost feels like a little village, like a little bustling civilization that you've created out here in the woods for yourselves. But at night, there's something so peaceful, but also eerie. You can see the dark shapes of the trees rising up. The sky is a bit lighter than the darkness around you, so you can see it kind of like a mottled purplish color. Just light enough to make out those spindly branches of dark trees kind of swaying in the breeze. There's the creak of wood. Underfoot is the soft padding of moss that masks your footfalls. So even though you are all out here kind of keeping an eye on things together, it's hard to tell where the other person is because it's so quiet when you're walking around. And you feel like you could be easily snuck up on, or to the kids' benefit, easily sneak around away from you guys. What do you all do as you swing your flashlights around? You see on your right side, we said like the girls on the right and the boys on the left kind of a situation. Yeah.
Arranged by the food personality that they are.
Arranged by their food personality. With Graham terrified in a corner being told he's a cauliflower.
I refuse to believe anything other than the fact that if we have a lane down the middle of the two genders, this is 100% set up a tripwire down the middle of it.
Yes.
No other way that it was going to happen.
Yes. I love it. I feel like that's exactly what would happen.
But what would you like to do? In the darkness.
Brentwick would like to take a look at the lumber pile. They haven't really had a chance, but under the guise of like collecting some wood for the main fire, they want to go take a look at what's going on over there.
Yeah.
Mist is gonna come along. It's on the way to the ropes course that she's intending to fix.
At night, as one does.
Cut it up, as one does. That's completely fine for Mist. She's like, if I put the flashlight in my mouth, I can tie with both my hands. That's how it works.
How about Hazel?
I think Hazel is going to, she's going to take kind of like a little bit of a half lap. She thought she spotted some different moss that she hadn't inspected for its suitability in salads for the children. But she's going to be a couple of steps behind because I think the second she sees them kind of moving off into the darkness, she's curious. And especially, Brentwood told her off for talking to a hot dog earlier on. She's kind of all up in his ish right now of like, tell me not to talk to a hot dog, why don't you?
2v1 versus Brentwick, like we both get our hobbies put down.
Like, To be clear, I was commending the hot dog talking, but you know.
Yeah. So she's a little bit behind. She will be following. She just kind of got a little, distracted for a second. She didn't hear them start to move. So, let's call it about 50 feet behind them.
Okay. I love it for dramatic purposes.
Abandon the children.
As the two of you move ahead towards the woodpile, what are some things you're hoping to see? Like, what are you interested in, or what would Brentwick be looking for as a survivalist in particular?
Predominantly, like, would Brentwick know about Wheezy's conversation about the voice coming from the woodpile as well?
Is that something Hazel would share?
She would have. She probably would have said it with the hot dog.
Obviously.
So you might...
Do I take it seriously?
So maybe you took it seriously. Maybe I don't know how frequently Brentwick has walked in on her talking with food, which is, I mean, realistically at this point in time they've both been at the camp long enough. He probably knows. So it's probably in the back of his head. Whether or not he's actually taking it seriously is up to you.
Brentwick takes everything seriously. Yeah, so he's gonna definitely be taking a look for any indication of like a trail, a path, broken leaves and broken twigs and scattered leaves and stuff, like something, indication of like something moving into and out of the camp from in and around the woodpile. And on the way over there, he's gonna look over at Mist and be like, sorry about cutting the ropes. I know they were your favorite kid, and, I wasn't sure how long they were up there for, and I figured you'd be upset if they lost a hand because of bad circulation, and that kind of thing's pretty serious. So I figured I'd just, save the hand, lose the rope. Hope you understand. And,
Mist is gonna do like that little kind of side dirt kick. It's like, it's okay. Like, I understand why. You just, could have tried untying it, being a survivalist and all, but that's okay.
a survivalist needs nothing but a good knife.
Mist is just gonna Mist always has paracord on her, just some form of paracord, because she's always fidgeting with it and stuff like that. She's gonna pull it out and be like, or you can use rope as a garrote. That's that's her trying to contribute to the conversation, but missing what you're trying to impart.
Brentwick's been saving a little survival trick for a olive branch moment, going to a nearby tree and cutting off a big long strip of bark and peeling it back, and then showing that that particular kind of tree has really good strong bark. It's you can't find paracord, this is always good, and passes over a length of this cordage bark.
Mist is super excited about it, and I'm I'm actively trying to tie it while walking. I'm not looking where I'm going at all. I'm just blindly following out of the corner of my eye where your flashlight is, but I've completely just started messing with this piece of this cordage type bark.
So as the survivalist training is happening en route to the woodpile, we'll cut back for a second to Hazel. Hazel, you're behind them, and you hear, because you're kind of back from the group, you hear a sound that at first you think is a ringing in your ear, and you're like, and you kind of clear your ear, and then it gets a little bit louder, and you recognize the sound of gerbil screaming in a very kind of high-pitched tone coming from the tents nearby, the platform tents. So you do hear that. We'll cut back over to Brentwick and Mist. You all see the woodpile. Brentwick, go ahead and give me a roll for this as you inspect it. 1 die for the base, 1 die for being prepared, and 1 for being an expert. So go ahead and roll with 3, and you'll be using your counselor stat. Or you could make an argument for monster. You could be kind of aggressively surveying this as a survivalist, or kind of thoughtfully doing so.
So that's the difference of trying to roll over or under 3?
Correct. And your benefit would be using your counselor stat because you want to roll over.
Yeah, I'll try and roll over 3. Let's see. That's a 3, and a 1.
Ooh, monstrous counselor.
Well, we do have a reroll ability. However, our lovely chat, instead of giving a reroll, which I adore, has donated 5 benches to the camp. And so, as you're kind of taking a look at the wood pile, you notice the iron that is holding the wood in place. It's like a bent iron holder that's like large enough for all of the pieces of wood. It's engraved with a nice bronze plaque, and it says, "Discarded Dork, donated in 2022." Unfortunately, you do not succeed on your roll. So you do move up towards your monstrous stat. So go ahead and increase your number there to a 4. And what tools or what methods were you using to inspect to see if there's any signs of disturbance here?
Predominantly the flashlight, because that's going to be largely the big factor there, and trying to kind of like cast low light to see like weird patterns and stuff like that.
Yeah, your flashlight burns out, battery's dead, and you know that there's no more supplies of batteries in storage because you just ordered the replacements that are arriving tomorrow morning. So you have no flashlight.
Cool. Just checking. With my counselor stat being a 3 and me rolling 2 3s, does that do the thing still? Because it was a 3, a 3, and a 1. And I don't know where that.
Yeah, I think it would
sits.
happen on a fail too.
Monstrous counselor.
Oh, and you know what? Haha, reading the book. It says a monstrous counselor roll counts as a success.
Nice.
So, even though you didn't roll over, you rolled your number exactly. So, your flashlight still burns out just because it's fun.
That's fine.
But
Because
Friends
chaos.
not bothered by the dark, anyways.
But I will say, because your flashlight burned out, it's almost like the thing you were trying to use to make meaning was a thing you didn't need. And so as soon as your light goes out, you begin to see by the light of the stars, a thing that you always tell the kids is so important. Use the moon, use your surroundings, use what's out there in nature. And as your eyes adjust, you can see where the flashlight was kind of like bright light and washing out all of the detail. In the moonlight and the starlight, you see soft imprints in the dirt. They are, I would say, maybe like 3 to 4 inches in diameter, circular. And they have kind of dotted the dirt in this area, moving away from the wood pile and into the woods. And it seems like nothing you can identify as a creature of typical in this area.
Well, either that's something really weird, or we have a giant pirate walking around.
As that is your success for your investigation, what is your monstrous counselor moment now? You get to ask a special insight into what's going on. And I must answer you honestly.
What kind of creature would leave those markings?
Interesting. As Brentwick thinks about this, I mean, you're certain that this is nothing that you've taught the kids, right? Like, this is not like you actually made print books with them, where they had like little cement and they got to like put in little fossils of different animals, and then they ended up with a bunch of really hard fossilized prints that were essentially like glorified paperweights, and you had to stop them from throwing them at each other. Like, you're remembering this whole lesson that you did with them, and Muri was actually complimenting you on what a success it was, except for all of the black eyes from all of the cement blocks flying around at the different kids. It's nothing like that. But you do remember that when you were casting those, when you had the wet material for those prints to be made, bugs kept landing in them and ruining some of the castings. So it was like you were trying to get like a print of like a little beaver paw or something, and like a fly would land on it, or a spider would walk across it, or some ants would like fall from a tree, and they would just mar the cement or the casting, the plaster, that's the word. They would mar it with their prints. And I know it seems strange, you think to yourself, but it reminds me of that. The separation of the spacing between these things, it's insect-like.
Brentwood's definitely gonna relay that to Mist of like, I've seen a lot. That's a new one, but, and like always trying to filter everything through kind of like the survival viewpoint. Like it looks like a really big version of like maybe an ant or something. I don't know. Have you seen the, like, you're always by the rope course. Have you seen this in and around your stuff?
Mist at this point was, well, one, Mist was following the flashlight light, which has burnt out at this point. So, I'm just gonna walk straight into Brentwick's back because I've just been, like, messing with this, like, cord that you've given me, which has been ultimately your downfall because I'm gonna run into you. I don't know. I don't know if that knocks you over, but...
Brentwick's a pretty sturdy person. I unless this lives up to the train portion of their name, I think Brentwick would be fine.
I will, if you
Just
want
like,
to,
choo-choo.
I'll let you make a roll on this, Mist, if you want to see how
sure.
how intense you fly in.
Roll.
Go for it.
How aggressively do I run into Brentwick?
Give me one die. One die on this because you did not prepare for this.
I'm not prepared. I rolled a 2.
Okay, so you're trying to roll under.
Right?
Yep, so you succeed. So Brentwick, as sturdy as you are, you're having this epiphany, and there's just kind of like a thunk of another human shoulder just jabbing into your own shoulder blade, and you fly forward and you fall into some of these prints, scattering them in the dust.
I'm just gonna like reach out like my cord bark and be like, do you need help up? Like as if I didn't just absolutely like bowl you over.
Like, no, I need to take a closer look at these anyways.
You just stay lying on the ground like this, like, oh yeah, no, this is a good view.
Exactly, yeah.
So the camera will cut away from Brentwick kind of like sideways on the ground with like the prints right in front. And we'll cut back to Hazel. Hazel, you hear the sound of Gerbil's high-pitched, almost dog whistle-like screaming in the distance. What do you do?
I go, oh no, not the celery. And,
Not the celery.
And I do scoot back because they're, you know, even though she's been on enough night walks, she knows that it's probably not this, but in her heart she's hoping somebody wants seconds or maybe even thirds of food, that they are just hungry and that they need something else. So she is gonna back to the tents and take him up and we'll go from there.
Goodness. Queen of cauliflower.
As you head back over there, you, in the moonlight, adjust your newly affixed Queen of Cauliflower badge, which sits proudly on your camp counselor uniform.
So yes, because Hazel was instrumental in grouping these campers. She knows where the celery groups, the celery, the celeriac, the leafy celery.
And to be clear, you're talking about children, right?
Yes.
Okay, just want to be clear.
Oh my goodness.
What else are alliums for?
Exactly. Yeah, she's gonna head back and see what's going on in the tent.
All right, are you heading to the tent that Gerbil, aka the celery, is in?
Can we still hear? Is the screaming still happening, or has it stopped?
No, it's still going.
I am following the scream, so whether that actually takes me to the tent that I think that Gerbil was supposed to be in, basically I'm assuming that shenanigans have happened. So I'm going by the auditory cue rather than where I think that they should actually be, because they never are. Never are.
So as you follow the sound of Gerbil's high-pitched squeak, you come upon the tent of Double in Trouble, and as soon as you approach, the noise stops, and you hear, like, before it stops, a muffling, like, like there was more to be had, but the sound is cut off, and it's nothing but silence as you approach.
Silence is never good in the kitchen, and it's even worse here. It means in there it means nothing's going on. Out here, and it means something certainly is going on. Out of the tent right now. If you still have the energy after washing dishes, in which case you clearly did not wash enough, and is going to kind of wiggle the flashlight back and forth across the flap of the tent to be like, hurry, come on,
All right.
If she had a dinner bell, she'd ring it.
Give me a monster roll to intimidate Double in Trouble. I would say you have at least 2 dice, one for base and another for preparing for this. Every night you have kind of a protocol for shenanigans.
Okay. So I want to be under my 5 or over my 5?
You want to be under 5, but if you hit 5, you'll get your monster counselor bonus.
All right. I rolled a 2 and a 3.
Nice. So you do succeed. And so your 2 dice succeed, so you do it very well. So your intimidation works because they recently had to wash dishes with you as you made hot dogs talk to them, and that is not something they want to have happen again. So the tent flap immediately flies open, and you see Double in Trouble standing there in their matching boxers and kind of like sleepy hair all mussed up from bed. And behind them, you see, well, actually, you wouldn't see anything behind them because they're standing shoulder to shoulder.
2 of you are toast. I thought you'd be walking on eggshells after all of those dishes this evening.
Is it possible for you to say a sentence without saying food in it?
Don't be parsnippity with me. Stand to the side. What is going on in there?
Listen, just don't make us do the dishes anymore. I got that thing where my fingers get all wrinkly, and I don't like it. And Trouble's like, and I just hated it. I hated it. I hate this place. Everything sucks.
You know what? Sometimes things you just need to suck them in. If they suck, you need to suck with them like a long piece of string.
They start elbowing each other as soon as you say that.
What is... Stand to the side.
You said suck with them. They keep elbowing each other in the ribs.
You know what? I'm gonna need some help with my mise en place as well tomorrow, and that...
No. They step forward, kind of parting the gates as they move away from each other, and you see standing in the middle of the tent, shivering, covered in honey, and from like head to toe and just like dripping with honey, over his clothed body is little Gerbil. He has kind of feathers stuck to him on his arms and kind of like sticking up on his hair, and his eyes just look at you and he's like, I didn't break into your kitchen.
Gerbil, come here. Just come here. The 2 of you are in for a very long lecture about food waste. And obviously, you know your way around a chicken, because he's covered in feathers. So you are definitely going to be a part of my mise en place tomorrow.
Oh, she keeps saying that word and I don't know what it means, but I hate it, says Trouble. Gerbil comes up to you and he's just so small and diminutive and definitely covered in honey, and an immense amount of honey. I mean, he's a small young man, but you're pretty sure that you have no more honey left in the kitchen. And he just kind of squelches over to you, looking a lot like something that rose out of a lagoon. And his hair is just like stuck to his neck, and just his arms, when he like reaches out to you, the crook of his arm just kind of like you see like the strings of honey trailing from flesh to flesh as he like moves with great difficulty. Can I take a shower even though it's not shower time?
You definitely need to be taking a shower. The food protocols, I mean, I don't need to lecture you about what happens when, food is not properly packaged or wasted. She's gonna shoot over at the two.
She said wasted, Double says, elbowing Trouble.
The two of you, just in your tent, I hope there's honey in there. I hope a bear comes and teaches you a lesson about food waste. And she is going to escort Gerbil to the shower. Well, I'm obviously first to his tent to get a different set of pajamas, because obviously these are unwearable at this point in time. And then she's going to escort him to the showers and make sure that he is appropriately clean. Obviously she's gonna offer him like the special like kitchen like industrial grade soap, but obviously that's probably not going to be necessarily appropriate. He's probably going to run away in the opposite direction, and she's gonna stand there and just start thinking about more, because obviously they love her food-based puns. She's gonna start thinking about more that she can say to these kids, because they will learn.
Give me let's see, could you even do this? I don't think you could do this, but give me a counselor roll anyway to see if you roll your number as you attempt to bond with Gerbil as you help take care of him.
On dice?
Yes.
Right, and I'm still trying to. I didn't get a reduction or anything like that for it succeeding on the last one, right?
No, you only get reductions if you fail.
Perfect. All right. So I rolled a 2.
A 2? Okay. It was worth a shot. So it is a fail in that you are having trouble connecting with Gerbil. But, even if you're not his favorite person after the end of this conversation, he does recognize that he is being helped. And I guess in a moment of not total trust, but kind of almost kind of like a cry for help for helping someone else, seeing, as he's getting cleaned up. He wipes his nose, and the last of the honey trails along with the snot, creating this big line from nostril to arm. Are you also going to help Graham?
Where's Graham?
Graham went into the woods with, Wheezy.
Oh, Graham. Oh, my little cracker. Oh, my little Graham cracker. Oh,
I said it.
Which way did they go?
Well, I didn't really see because my eyes were covered in honey, but, they were trying not to get honeyed, so they ran away.
Oh, that's for the best. What, is there a general direction? Where, was it at your tent? Was it...
Well, yeah, I mean, we all went to Double and Trouble's tent because they said they had something really cool and special to show us. And in retrospect, it's not a thing we should have done.
Never, unless she can't quite come up with the appropriate food metaphor, and I think she's very busy thinking about her little graham cracker. She's gonna say, oh, okay. Did they also get honeyed, or was it just...
No, they ran away.
Okay, so they're not going to leave a honey trail. Okay.
No, they had extra honey, so they put it all on me.
Those kids. Okay, she's, at this point in time, she's going to escort him back to the tent, and she's going to see, because she is very aware that she's not a tracker of any kind, so she's going to go and see if she can find Brentwick. He's going to be able to help kind of, look for a trail or, like, snap twig. She's heard these things. She doesn't know. Like, if a broccoli falls in the forest, does anybody hear it fall? I don't know.
There's a brief flashback as you remember a time that you said that to Marie, and you just see Marie's face, like her eyes roll to the heavens, and there's like a moment, a long pause where she's just appealing to some higher power up there, and then they roll back down to earth and look at you and say, broccoli don't grow in, you know what, never mind. And then the memory fades back to present day. You do see...
I've been planting it in the forest just to prove her wrong.
You do pass in the darkness your little like broccoli crop. It is not doing well considering it is full-grown broccoli that you've just shoved inside the dirt. So it is browning and wilted. But you think that it might make a comeback. You just need to water it more. As you walk up to the wood pile at the edge of the ropes course where Brentwick is lying face down on the ground with Mist standing over him. What do?
I see I can't leave you guys alone for any point in time. I just had to save a child from a honey-related incident. The food waste in this camp is just out of control. Brentwick, I off the ground, please, up. I need you to come and track some children who have skittered off into the forest, because obviously they need to be here for breakfast.
And survive the night. Yeah.
That is implied. If they're going to be here for breakfast, they will have survived the night. Please, it's my little...
With you, I'm never sure whether you mean for breakfast or for breakfast, so...
It's my little graham cracker, please! And she's just gonna, like, if he hasn't gotten up by this point in time, she's gonna kind of, like, grab him by the arm and unceremoniously, with her chopping muscles, up and be like, okay, we're going, and start dragging him back towards the tents, to see if we can find a sign of a trail.
Brentwick, your thoughts?
I mean, I think he was... Either Brentwick was getting up, like, immediately, or he was, like, had rolled over, and I'm trying to decide which.
Well, as you're wrenched to your feet, maybe from being rolled over and kind of stargazing a bit, you're both heading that way back to the tents. Mist, what are your thoughts in this moment?
Mist had like completely tuned out at this point because she saw Brentwick looking at the stars. And she also considered doing that. And then by the time she, like, realized and, like, looked around her, like, everyone had left. And she doesn't know what... no sense of direction. Just, she's like, I know how to get to the rope course from here. Like, maybe. It's right by it. But she's, by the time she's realized they've left, they're already out of sight.
I feel like Brentwick would have tried to grab an arm. Whether or not Mist actually recognized that was going on, I don't.
But I feel like it would be one of those things where he would grab her wrist and she would be like, like it would
bye.
Just, yeah, bye. Like someone's like saying bye, and like as a reflex, you're like, yeah, I'm not even looking at that direction.
Mist, as you come out of your reverie, you're surrounded by the ropes, the knots that you love so much. Although some of them need repair, you have seen all of the hard work that you've put into this course over the years, kind of here in this sacred space for you. And you look around and you see like the dark trees, and the purplish sky of earlier of sunset has turned into like a deep, rich, dark blue, dotted with stars. And you think you see a star streak across the sky, and as you follow the trail of it, your eyes settle on something in the woods that is very disconcerting. It looks at first like a tree branch, but it's thicker and it moves with the precision of something with sentience. You see what appear to be these tree trunks shifting, and you hear a creak and a chittering sound. And from the forest, you see emerge a face, a human face. It's the face of Muri. And she opens her mouth and says,
What? Nope, 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 nope,
And
nope, nope.
that's where we're gonna go to break.
Oh yes, the ever so rare Senta Nope.
No.
Oh my god. So we're gonna go to break.
Oh
We'll
my
be
God.
back after bio break. If you haven't entered the giveaway yet, please do so. We're giving away this game, some other wonderful games by
my
Pandion
gosh.
Games, and also the Camp Counselor books that we've created. So Mist's Camp Counselor book will be in the giveaway as well for the first draw and the winner. So stick around. We're happy to hang out with you, and we'll figure out what the heck that was when we come back. Hello, we are back with more StoryCrafters, and I fixed the marquee. Hooray! I'm so excited to be hanging out with you all tonight. We are playing a game of Monsters and Counselors, which is a Lasers and Feelings hack. We're bringing in folks from the crafting space into the TTRPG space and vice versa, and merging the worlds. And I'm so excited to be doing this with Detect Magic. It's an amazing collaboration. And Tech, tell us about how amazing it is. Vanna, whiting it over to you.
Very much going along with Hazel's food puns. We've described this as a wine and cheese pairing of crafts to tabletop RPGs. So in this case, we picked Bookbinding, pairing to our Camp Counselor's Diaries. For this edition, one shot of Monsters and Counselors. And we're hoping to bring a lot more of these fun and delightful pairings in the future, whether it's fiber arts or Legos or what have you, with a corresponding tabletop RPG.
Indeed. And if you are loving this and you're a crafter and you want to get into RPGs, or if you're loving this and you're an RPG person and you're like, wow, I can make crafts? Really? Then yes, you should sign up. So I'm going to drop that link in chat, and you can register for our next cohort, and more details in the link. But for now, let's get back to this story where our counselors are in the woods, in the dark, and things are happening, and not all is well at Camp Chaos. We will cut back then to our scene where I'm going to pick right back up with Hazel. Hazel, what do you do?
Is we were starting to walk away, and I'm assuming we did we hear and see all of this as well? Because she is, again, Hazel is very...
Oh, missed.
Oh, me?
What do you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we were back at nope,
Yes.
nope.
Yes, I wanted to jump back into the nope. Apologies, Hazel.
Into the noping. Okay, cool.
But no, to answer your question, no, I believe you and Brentwick have left.
Miss just leaves. No, I'm not equipped for this.
Checks
I'm
out.
the Knots person. This is not my scene. I need the survivalist. And the only way that Miss can think of to create separation is to go to the other side of the ropes course as the person who knows the ropes course. She knows how to navigate it, and she's hoping Muri doesn't, or whatever this is, Muri-ish.
Yeah.
Muri, nope. It doesn't know how to navigate it. That's the immediate solution is sanctuary into the knots. Nopery, yes. This is nopery. That's all Mist has going on right now.
Give me a monster roll for your athletic navigation of the crafts course, or the knots course. Give me 3 dice on that because you are an expert.
I do love I am not dealing with this. Also, the one from earlier of you are a not expert. Like, yeah, just delicious.
I'm supposed to roll under, right?
For monster?
For monster?
Correct.
Okay, I have a 5 and I rolled a 2, a 2, and a 2.
Okay. So you have
Twos.
a critical success.
Yes.
So you are able to successfully, in your moment of nope, seeing this visage of Marie's familiar face making non-human noises emerging from the woods with black shifting trunks and creaking chittering behind it. You back up through the ropes course and you're not even looking. Like, you're able to move through it with the poise of someone who knows exactly like the choreographed move to do to avoid the object that's in your way, and you're walking backwards as you do it. What's the extra effect that you get in your departure? What is like a little bonus that you'd like on this critical success?
I'm gonna say that Miss has always been improving and innovating this course. I'm gonna say that there's at least some parts that she's done just for fun, just for the parts of like, I wonder if they'll get trapped in this. and she'll set one of those while she's running through. The idea is that it's one of those like hoop ones where like when you step in it, it like draws you up by your leg and you just kind of like bungee there for a little bit. She's gonna set that, hoping it'll be useful in this scenario.
Great. So as you set up a trap that you have constructed in an activity that you regularly have children walk through,
It's character building.
It does set for your critical success, and you notice that the rope, that this particular rope is like of really good quality, and it's obviously not for using like children clambering all over it. Like this is for like legit traps. And you notice kind of on a little tag dangling off the side, it says donated by discarded dork. And this is the rope that you use to set the trap. As you back up past the ropes course, the sound of creaking and chittering grows louder. And in a moment's time, you see emerging from the woods a large black shape that ends in a point and punctures the dirt. This is obviously what has made those tracks. It's kind of shiny a little bit, like it's reflective in the moonlight. And you can also see from this distance kind of like fibrous hairs just emerging from the length of it. It does kind of step directly into this rope trap. The rope cinches, but the weight of it is very heavy. And so instead of going whoop up and over like a rabbit caught in a snare, it just kind of like hangs there like an ankle bracelet on this kind of large appendage to an even larger creature.
I feel like Mist will be running and doing the thing like, haha, did it set? And then it's like, no, that's not, no, and then it keeps going.
Give me another roll to run as fast as you can.
Monster, I'm guessing.
Monster, and we'll give you 2 dice on this because you used your success to do a trap. It gives you some time to plan. So go ahead and do 2 dice.
1 and 3.
All right, that is a success. You succeed and do it well. So you are able to put some distance between you and this creature, and you know it now to be a creature as the rope cinches around this large pointed appendage. You hear that chittering noise again, and Marie's face recedes back into the darkness, her eyes wide, her mouth agape, just staring at you as it kind of fades back into the shadows. And you are able to run at full clip, unaccosted, back towards the others. Brentwick and Hazel, you see Mist coming at full clip. And Brentwick, you have already been run over by Mist once tonight. And you see her coming. What do you guys do?
Step to the side.
I feel like my nickname is now becoming just like the way that I enter any scene always.
Can I can't. Sorry, it was Graham and it was Wheezy that went missing, right?
Yes.
And who had Wheezy bonded with? Oh, it was Brentwick. Oh, okay. Yeah. So Hazel's gonna be very confused then, because she kind of looking at her like, and probably standing way too square on. She hasn't noticed Brentwick step to the side, so she may or may not get bowled over.
Coming in hot, Mist. What do you do?
I'm not like stopping. I'm just going until something stops me or I trip over myself. That's the.
I would say you probably have a head-on collision with Hazel at this point, because Hazel's the only one that hasn't been hit by you tonight. Hazel,
maybe that's another reason they call me the train. I'm just running into people like full speed always.
In a tangle of limbs and panic, you see Mist's face and you are bowled over slightly, probably hitting into Brentwick for stabilization as the 3 of you kind of come into a, I don't know what that office it's not a toy, but you see it on people's desks where it has the balls that like click into each other and they kind of like swing back and forth. Yeah, it's a very much that effect where like one of you hits into the other and with the force moves forward, and eventually you all come to a standstill in the darkness near the tents, I believe was where you were heading, where both Wheezy and Graham have gone missing. What do you guys do?
I'm just like, it's the point. I'm trying to explain. I'm completely out of breath. The level of stamina I normally have is that of just the length of the ropes course. So I'm just, no.
She's gonna Hazel, who's probably still wearing her apron, is gonna reach in and she's gonna go, Old Bay? Will that help? And offer you Old Bay, just because that's the, like, it's her version of duct tape. I'm like, yes?
At first, like, Miss takes it like this is food or water, and then is like, they're just gonna give it back.
But that calmed you down, though, for a second, didn't it?
No.
Normally works with, she's gonna turn to Brett. It normally works with the kids. They're confused enough that they calm the F down. And just, oh my gosh, come on. Okay, Miss, what? Big girl words. Describe, paint us the picture of the recipe of what's going on.
Muri, just, like the hot dogs, like you do with the hot dogs, just, like, just, it's not her. I don't know what it is. It's in the ropes. It's in the ropes. I told you traps were needed. It's in the freaking ropes. Like, I'm not going back. I need a buddy. Nope. Knots have gotten me this far. I have nothing else to offer. I'm not going back. Nope. This is just Miss is a one-track mind. It's just like
You see Mist in a broken state. What do you both do as you stand outside the tents, which are eerily quiet? Normally you can hear the sound of kind of just the nightly noises of children kind of tossing in their cots or whispering, but these tents are silent.
Brentwick's going to walk to the nearest tree and break off a branch probably about the same height that he is, and while starting to walk towards the ropes course, just start sharpening it.
Do you both follow?
no.
The kids. I'm sorry. I'm so, like, what? Just Brentwood, what's going on?
Sounds like there's something more important in the ropes course that we need to deal with. Wheezy gets lost all the time. I'm pretty sure I know where to start looking for them. This will only take a few minutes. If it's nothing, and if it's not, this is still probably better to deal with first, because, yeah.
Okay. And something's gonna click in Hazel's mind of putting two and two together of something that she's thought about previously and something that she found, and she's gonna go, oh yes, okay, yeah, and she's gonna look around and hopefully, I think she's gonna go looking for, like, the sports shed of some kind and hopefully nearby, and she's gonna go looking for something that she can swing, like a meat mallet or like something that she can actually, like, again, because she's going with what she knows, and she tenderizes a lot of meat, so she's gonna go looking for a baseball bat or something, preferably a nice heavy baseball bat that she can have with her as well.
Absolutely. As you approach the shed, you notice above the doorway in kind of a little hand wood-burned sign. It says "Donated by Discarded Dork" as you enter into the building. Yeah.
Little tap, such a good donor.
Just like, we love you, DD. It's all good. It's all good.
Should we put this in the report on donor philanthropy that this is where we house the weapons? No, we probably shouldn't. Okay, then she's gonna go get the bat.
Give me
that also has the plaque on it.
We'll see if you can find it. Give me a 2 dice roll, 1 base, 1 because you're planning, rolling monstrous.
Okay. I rolled 2 2s.
All right, so that is a success. So you do find what you set out to find. And indeed, as you open up the case of weapons that you've stored in a shed where children regularly go to get supplies, you find, what would you like to find in there?
She would like to find, because it was the sports shed, she's got her favorite baseball bat that she may or may not have used to, again, tenderize a small animal that, she put into, like, stew for the children. Her methods are questionable.
So it's just like casually covered in blood because it's been used as a tenderizer before. Like, that's the lucky bat.
It's,
It's probably been wiped off.
We just tell the kids that it's Hazel's special baseball bat. She was very successful. She was an NCAA athlete, and this is the very special wax that is on the bat, that just don't touch the bat, kids. Not unless you're wearing gloves, okay? She's gonna pick it up and she's gonna poke her head up and be like, Miss, you might need something as well. If you are,
Miss is still like, in adrenaline mode. She still has that big cord thing from like Brentwick and is like, ha! Like anything, like something moves and she's just like just
maybe she's good.
Just out of it right now. Just like ready to go with whatever is gonna get smacked by this very long whip-like cordage thing.
How about Brentwick? How are you arming up?
Brentwick is basically fashioned himself a spear from a nearby branch.
That's right. Brentwick went already.
Yeah, he's not like he saw that some preparations were happening. Like he's moving in that direction, but not like to get there well before everybody else. He is going to toss he's going to find a rock like the size of like a fist, and just kind of lob it at Miss to be like, tie this into the end. It'll hurt more.
I can do knots. I can do knots. I can do knots. Knots. Yep. That's a thing I can do. Like,
try not to get hit with it by yourself. It'll hurt more.
The three of you head back towards the ropes course, newly armed. Brentwick in the lead with the spear, very primal, very survivalist, kind of stalking forward through the camp with this sharpened stick, followed by the camp chef who is wielding a meat tenderizer / baseball bat covered in old blood from many different types of camp food over the years. It's like a cast iron pan of just like layers and layers of old blood, followed by the knots and ropes instructor, Mist, who's swinging around a rope with a rock well knotted at the bottom of it. And the three of you kind of make one of those like movie poses of like the three of you on the cover like striding forward in the darkness. As the moonlight lands on you in almost a spotlight, you approach the ropes course and you find the ground newly dotted with these holes, these impressions from something heavy kind of imprinting in the dirt. You see that the rope, the very nice donated rope that was used as a trap, again in a children's course that you regularly have children on, has been torn asunder. It's frayed and split in half, and there is no sign of the creature that you saw Mist. What do you guys do?
Why not?
Start circling to figure out where trail in/out. Like, I assume it came from the lumber pile. That, given there was already some dodgy stuff there. So looking for, like, did it head back that direction or did it head a different direction?
Yeah. Give me a... Did we do counselor last time on this for your survival? I feel like we did.
The option I went counselor, but
yeah. I would say counselor roll. Go ahead and roll with 3 dice because you're an expert in this tracking.
Okay. That is a 6, a 2, and a 2.
Okay, so a 6 is over. So you have 1 die that succeeds. So you barely manage it. So you will have a complication from this roll. However, you do succeed in finding, you're looking for its trail.
Yeah.
So you see that these footprints or imprints, because it's not a foot, it's a circular imprint in the ground. They are kind of clustered near where the rope was torn, just kind of like lots of them in like tiny little tight circles. And then with your tracking skills, you're able to see that they peel off to the right of the wood pile and head off into the woods. And you also see broken branches kind of dipping down. You do notice they go up pretty high. And so whatever made a trail here was not only at ground level, but was quite tall to snap branches up ahead. As you are able to find this trail, you hear kind of your camp counselors, your fellow camp counselors, take out their flashlights intent to follow you, and you hear the sputtering as their lights go out as well. Good thing you ordered those batteries.
She's gonna go through her apron. No potatoes. I can't make a potato battery. Because of course she has a food solution for everything.
You said it was moderately bright without the flashlights, though?
Yeah, here in the clearing, but as you look ahead of you, the woods are dense and dark, and you can see a bit in front of you, but you know that some of this you're going to have to do by using some of your other senses.
Just gonna quickly survey, do you know where any other lights are? I know we're out of batteries, so if you know other lights, that'd be useful. If not, onward, I suppose.
This is just like, I just have rope. Do
any of us, because Hazel's going through her apron, she's got band-aids. That's her salute, because she obviously slices up her hands a lot. Does anybody have any lighters or any, that we can, torchify something, or are we just about to see who's got the best night vision here?
Do you have some fat with you?
Ooh.
I would say so.
Like a handful of suet, just hello.
I mean, for me, that checks out.
Goes in, grabs, it's kind of melted in the summer heat.
Oh god!
Grabs some lard out of her thing, it's tucked on.
Oh,
it's
gross!
Almost like a Major League Baseball pitcher, has it kind of tucked underneath just in case she needs it. Okay, there you go.
Oh my goodness!
Brentwick, what do we do?
Grabbing a combination of branch and rope and probably a chunk of Hazel's apron, because that's about the most accessible fabric that's not going to leave someone naked. Crafting a torch and should be able to light it with some nearby rocks and the back of their knife.
Yeah, roll counselor, 3 dice for being an expert.
Apparently I really wanted to succeed at that. 6, a 5, and a 5.
Nice. So...
the nope ropes course all over again. The one you really want to go forward with, it gets a triple success.
3 dice succeed with a critical success. So this makeshift torch lights up with a satisfying sound and just the light crackle of fire, and you see kind of the light pass across all of your faces, and it's comforting, the light in the darkness. What is the extra effect you'd like to have for your critical success?
Can I just make it a torch that won't go out?
Yeah. It's interesting. Something about being heated in the summer sun over the course of probably a few camp seasons, as it sat dormant in the pocket of this apron, has given it properties that go where no lard has gone before. And you can just tell that this thing is not going to go out on its own anytime soon.
Hazel does have that good lard. Hazel has that quality. It's like when people make a a mother dough when they like make like bread and they just like keep like feeding it. It goes down generations. Like this was the lard that was in my mother's apron.
Petrified lard.
Pick up her apron. Good job. And just
Oh my gosh.
if the lard talked back, it would be like just like, you know, kind of that goopy voice.
I feel like there's like still some in your hand. You try to do that, and Brentwick's like, "Don't do that now." Like,
But honestly, I think Brentwick would allow it just for the fact that you actually had like a combustible fat in your apron at like midnight by the forest. As you were. No problem. The noise will help keep the bears away.
I will note that the lard does not speak to anyone, perhaps, but Hazel in her own mind. As the two of you see her kind of crouching next to this apron, which is like heavily grease stained and weathered with age and just yellowed, behind her, kind of a shrouded dark forest, sinister creaking noises, and just the sound of the wind whipping through the trees, and her silhouette in the now torchlight of just her kind of hugging the apron, which is crusted over and full of use.
Brentwick's gonna hand the torch to Mist.
Mist, you
Like,
got a
how
torch.
Hazel swings the bat when they're tenderizing the raccoon that got into the dumpster, and definitely wants both hands for their own spear, and is highly dubious that that rock on a string is actually going to be effective. So, yeah.
just a bold choice to give it to the paranoid one swinging a piece of tree, but okay. I'm just like doing this the whole time, like just.
Just think about the sizzle of the meat hitting the stove and that heat. That is what you hold in your hands, Mist. You have the power to cook something.
Now I'm just like stabbing forward with it. Like I could just. This is the weapon, right? Like.
There's safety in the glow of a kitchen's fire.
As you say that, the fire indeed illuminates the spot around you all, and it feels safe here where Mist has created this ropes course and all of the things you know so well, including various donated buildings and benches throughout the camp by one discarded door. But as you look ahead to the forest, it seems almost like it's an alien planet. It's so dark, and the path forward is not man-made. It is kind of just shrub and bush that has been pushed aside, broken by something much bigger than you are. Camp counselors, as you stand on the edge of the forest, what do you do now?
Let's go. I feel like
Miss is ready, as ready as one can be in this situation when you're missed. Just, yes, I'm going this. Brentwick is just over my shoulder, just like this way. Like, okay, I'm like a sim at this point. You just like tell me where to go. I'll keep going until I hit a tree. Like,
I feel like Brentwick's gonna like is gonna like have like take Mist's hands and kind of like hold up the torch just a little bit higher, and I feel like he's still gonna go first because of course we're pacing through the woods. We're gonna put Mist in the middle, so that if all of a sudden she tries to run away with the light, she has to run into one of the two of us. And we're gonna stop her. And then Hazel's in behind, and every so often is gonna be kind of like doing a little over the shoulder check, kind of seeing if any kids are following, because this probably seems pretty adventurous to them, but also checking to see if anything's like, you know, happening behind them.
All right.
y'all are the
Yes.
locomotive and caboose to my train. I'm really honored at this point.
I like this. So, Brentwick, if you could give me a triple dice counselor roll for your navigation here in the darkness. And actually, since you're being helped by the torchlight of Mist, we can try the helping move. So, you can give them an extra dice. So, you could roll with 4. However, failures open you both up to the consequences. Your decision, Mist.
Mist wants to help. Even if that's not the best idea, Mist wants to help.
All right, go ahead and give me a 4 dice roll with counselor.
Don't let me down, dice. One of the dice did okay.
Okay, what are your numbers?
A 1, a 1, a 1, and a 3.
Wow. Well, you do roll your number exactly, so you all know what that
Third
means.
time now.
So you've activated a monstrous counselor roll, which is counting as a success, even though it is technically on the books a failure. And so because you roll your number exactly, you get to have that special insight into what's going on. Now I'm not
Very,
sure.
like, par for the course for Brentwick's character being like the only one that seems like the survivally one out of all of us to have insight.
I would
like every second roll.
I'm gonna say it's a 1 die success then. So you barely manage this. So describe to me how you're navigating these dark woods.
Brentwick spent a good chunk of time in this space. He's probably moving through it a little annoyed at like how much of the forest floor is absolutely just mangled now. Of just like, that was you knocked down my favorite tree for hammocks. Like, God, and like frustrated moving through, but like I don't think it would be particularly difficult to follow a hulking monstrosity through dense woods.
Not with a torch.
Yeah, with the torch. So like kind of like very much keeping an eye, making sure that like there isn't something silly like it had like punched into the trees and like gone straight up or something, or like coming at the side of us. But for the most part, just kind of following the path of destruction that it wrought.
As you follow that path of destruction, so your 1 die success, barely manage this. So it is a main pathway. However, as you guys all kind of follow Brentwick and trust in his survival skills, you reach a point in the forest where it's very much like in the Mines of Moria, where they're looking at all of the different pathways and they're kind of in the center, and it's like, I have no memory of this place. Like all of a sudden in the clearing, you see that path that you were following, but then to your right, you see another cleared path. And to your left, you see another cleared path, equally kind of carved out by the same type of being. You've reached a point in the forest, you've gone deep enough into these woods that you've reached a place where they've been traversing back here. Not just one tunnel through, but almost like a highway and another highway and another highway moving through the woods. So you have successfully tracked it through, but you have a decision to make on which way you go at this place. You do have an insight though, because you got Monstrous Counselor.
Before I make the insight, Brentwick's gonna look and be like, so there's 3 of us, there's 3 paths, so we're all gonna go down the same one. And I'm hoping I can find, like, as far as like an insight of like, see if I can see some kind of sense to this of like multiple paths to the same location. Like if there is like a hub that these kind of all lead to.
Yeah. Your insight into this, you'd have to use your knowledge of the woods, I would think. Like from all of your time that you were chasing down Wheezy in these woods, like you've never been to this particular place, but you know the lay of the land pretty well. And so like you almost have this bird's eye view in your mind of kind of where these could possibly go in the directions that they're pointing. And you know, well, that way is like solid cliff rock. Like it'd have to turn even if it went this way. And you kind of logic your way, well, this one would then hit the river and it's pretty wide and pretty deep. So maybe it would also bank this way. And you're pretty sure that if you follow the path to the right, that kind of goes off the trail that you were following previously, you're pretty sure that those other trails might kind of dead end into and like funnel into that one. So you're feeling pretty good about the right trail.
Sounds like the right way to go.
Part of your adventuring heart wonders, what could be down the other paths? But you're certain that this way will take you towards your quarry. For Hazel, I'd also like a counselor roll from you, please, as you take a look around and make sure nothing funny is happening behind you guys.
All right.
That would be probably 2 dice, I would say, because you have the torch. If, again, you're willing to help on that, Mist.
Mist is helping everyone because everyone is helping her by being the locomotive and caboose.
All right, go ahead and add a die to that.
2 dice. That's a 1 and a 2.
Oh no.
Okay.
Womp womp.
So with counselor roll, you needed to roll above. So unfortunately, that's a failure. So we're going to move you closer to monstrous, but you can't be any more monstrous than you are.
No. Accurate.
And so on that, you did not succeed. You look around you, and the dark trees of the forest sway back in response. All is quiet. All is well.
You don't see any traps.
Looks good.
All is well.
You're doing an outstanding job with that torch. You are lighting up all the shadows. There is nothing hiding out there. We see everything. Yeah.
Yes.
Mist,
Yep.
as you agree, and in turn move the torch around to Hazel's praise. The light is cast upon a tree behind Hazel, directly behind Hazel, and pinned to the tree is a bunch of gauzy web fluid that stretches across the tree, and underneath is a humanoid shape completely enveloped in this thick white gauze. And from the center of it, you see 2 human eyes peeking through, nothing but the eyes just kind of staring out vacantly at you right over your shoulder, Hazel.
Oh, no, not this again. No. Mist at this point is just like, there's a person in front of me, there's a person behind me, I can't go anywhere, I'm just spinning at this point, because I'm like, I'm in place, I can't go to the creepy little web thing, I can't go there, Brentwick's that way, just flailing is happening right now. Mist is not used to this. Mist misses the finger painting and the macaroni necklaces. This is very, very different.
I'm going to assume that Hazel is going to take her a second to be like, okay, so Mist is being missed. Oh, Mist is being missed. And she's going to turn around. And of course, the second she turns, and if it's right behind her, she's going to go bat. Like, that is her first thing, is to go for her. Yeah.
Yep.
Poor little
Yep.
Bram, he'll never be the same again.
Give me a monster roll, please. And I'm gonna say 1 die because you're just reacting.
Oh my gosh.
That is a 4.
Okay.
It's under.
So you roll under. So you have a success, but you barely manage it. So what is your intention with hitting forward? What would you like to do as Hazel?
Oh, she is going full, because because I'm thinking that she only saw kind of like the webbing and like eyes, so she's going up for it. I don't know if if she would have turned, she would have I think that's all she would have seen. I don't know if she would have seen like humanoid underneath it, but yeah, she's got like one thing going on in her mind right now, so she's going, yeah, she's gonna kind of go through it, so it's gonna kind of end up splitting the web if it's possible. I don't know if she's barely succeeding, it might not actually work as well as she's hoping it will. But yeah, that's what she's going for. She's going down for the
I like the journey you took there. So yes, you hit forward at the humanoid figure, and the bat, which is stained again with the blood of many meats, of many camp lunches, leaves kind of a rusty red imprint on this white gauze as you kind of, with full force, whoomph, hit into the front of it, and you hear just kind of like that sick thud doom of the sound of something heavy hitting flesh, and you hear from behind the this webbing the muffled sound, and the eyes kind of widen even further.
Oh, okay. And she's gonna take a sec, because if it She obviously would have been going back for another
Mhm.
blow, but if something didn't immediately attack her, she will hold the blow.
Yes, and the complication is your bat, as you go to move it back and then second guess yourself, it's stuck and it refuses to move from this impact.
Mist, can I get some heat over here? See if we can melt some of this away.
The eyes widen more.
Mist just like has done the whole like torch thrusting thing and was like, "This is what you want me to do." Like, just no regard for safety at this point.
Brentwick, is this something that is this regular in these woods? I don't get out of the kitchen much.
Not so far as I've seen. And Brentwick's gonna go over, and you say the webbing's quite sticky. It's holding on to the bat.
It is indeed.
No way Brentwick would endanger his knife in something like that.
You should think quick, because Mist is already like, like, I was caught off guard last time, but I have fire now, like.
Going below the eyes where they think the mouth would be, Brentwick's gonna use the point of their sharpened stick to try and like hack a mouth hole in the gauze.
Okay, give me a monster roll with I would say probably 2 dice, maybe, because you're a survivalist, so I'm going to count that as being prepared, but I'm not going to give you an expert on stabbing with a stick.
All right. A 2 and a 6.
All right, so that is 1 success. So you barely manage it. So as you kind of take the pointed end of the stick, you hear the sound of basically like a zipper opening, but it's crunchier, and you kind of see bits of this gauze just like falling away and flaking, almost like a cast that's being cut into as it kind of flakes open. And you see behind it the soft pink, very fleshy in comparison, human lips that are now protruding, again looking like they're emerging from a cast. And the complication here is that, again, your stick is just kind of like on the edge where it was cut, just kind of right near the mouth. It's like stuck in the webbing.
Brentwick's gonna just try and like snap off the last little chunk of spear, and he can resharpen that and wait and ask like, "Who are you? How long have you been stuck like that?"
I'm Sally, and I don't know how to tell time yet.
Excuse me, Sally?
Yeah?
So not one of the important ones.
NPC number 3 has randomly appeared in front of you.
I see we have red shirts at this camp. Lovely.
Hazel feels less bad about hitting him with the bat now. She doesn't recognize this kid's not Graham. She doesn't. She's like, whatever.
You're not one of the good ones. I'm not responsible for you.
You're not my little Graham cracker. I was so concerned I was going to make you crumble.
Oh my
I'll
god.
come back in the morning for you.
I just want to make you all roll monster just because. Oh god. This poor innocent child says, "I don't know how to tell time."
Okay, we'll be back for you. She lines up her hand.
What's a
pats her
couple
on the
more
head.
hours? Like, you don't know how to tell time.
Okay. Do I stay here?
Do you have a choice? Like, I think
No, because I have to listen to adults. I don't have a choice. Adults
Oh,
help
God.
me.
Brentwick is going to take the time to like cut them out using various sharp sticks and or rocks from the nearby area, as many as it needs to.
Okay.
If I enlarge your weapons, will that help like give a little, slidiness from it if I
I
enlarge
would
them?
presume.
Yeah, I'll give a help roll on that. So go ahead and roll with, we said no expert on using sharp sticks, so that'll give you 3 to roll with.
I mean, this is like my second time. I'm basically an expert now. A 1, a 2, and a 4.
Okay. Well, you're using monster though, right? Or using counselor? I'll give you monster. I was thinking monster on this because you're just kind of like stabbing in the woods with a sharp stick.
Stabbing at a small child.
I don't think it's survival anymore.
No.
It's a different kind of survival. This
Yeah.
is some Lord of the Flies stuff going on right now.
I was thinking monster roll for that. So what were your numbers?
A 1, a 2, and a 4. So that'd be 2 successes then.
Okay, wonderful. So you do it well. So you managed to free this small child named Sally from the encasement that was trapping her without harming her. And she's very still throughout the process. And just like opening a cast, after a long time, kind of in the cast, the arm looks a little atrophied sometimes, or the limb is like, and there's that like kind of like almost like sickliness to the flesh, right? Like it hasn't seen air or sun in a while. And Sally looks the same. She's kind of pale and raw in a way. Her skin is clammy, and just she's got like kind of her hair is just greasy and drippy down her face. And she's winded and kind of atrophied from behind the webbing. And she at first drops forward and then steadies herself and stands to her feet. And she's a little kid with 2 braids, and you recognize her from the ropes course. She was hanging upside down face to face with the macrame alligator. And she stands and looks at you all and just kind of shaking says, It got me, but you saved me. You would never leave me in the woods alone.
But I would hit you with a bat.
Can she walk? Like, she's atrophied, right? Like,
As you say that, she kind of totters forward and she looks a little unsteady on her feet, but she does that like stealing herself that little kids do, puffing up her chest, and she looks at you, Mist, with the torch and says, "You're pretty."
Oh yes, a child saying you're pretty
Thanks.
while being super pale at the dark in the middle of the forest.
thank you.
You're
Totally great.
welcome. Can we go home now?
No. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm not bringing her back until I like suss out like do you like bracelets? And I'm just gonna like tie her wrists together like just in case. Just in case.
Give me a monster roll. Give me a monster
Yes.
roll.
Yes. Okay. Our fearless leader came out and did like I don't trust anyone at this point. Like
Also,
So happy.
I rolled a
Rick
4.
definitely wants to look for like any obvious like, hey, you got stabbed by some giant stinger kind of thing.
Okay.
He just like does a circle and is like, is there any like, specific marking wound?
Yeah, 100%. Because like, if I saw the kid earlier in the day and like looking at them, like, you definitely were not atrophied this morning.
Oh my god.
Sentences that you just never get used. I love it.
I really sincerely hope that someone writes a book one day of just all the weird things that are said in RPG contexts.
On it.
Oh gosh. Okay, Tech, what was your numbers on your monster
I rolled
roll?
a 4 and I am at a 5. I am at max monster always.
Max
I guess.
monster. All right, so you have 1 dice succeeding, so you barely
Yes.
manage it. So with your knots, what are you using to tie up the child's hands in the forest?
Hold, please. Hold on. I have a list of knots. Hold on.
All right,
One second.
We'll come back to you.
Yes.
But you're able to do it. However, I do believe that this complication is just for you, Mist. The knots are not good quality. Like, for you as a knot expert, these are just
Stress.
a little stress knotted. Yeah.
Not your best work.
Not your best work. But that one's just for you.
Not
That's
my
a
best work.
that's a personal
I'm
complication.
slipping. I got roped into some dangerous situations,
Stop.
and I just
Stop.
We're afraid that this is not up to par.
I can't handle it.
I'm just looking at it like I'm not upset. I'm just disappointed.
Brentwick, on your inspection, give me a expert 3 dice roll, please.
All right. A 6, a 4, and a 2. So that's gonna be, I assume, counselor.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yep,
'cause
so
the other
that's-
one would have been terrible.
That's 2, correct?
Mhm.
2 success. So you do it well. So as you inspect her, she kind of stands still, and you're like very carefully like, "Hey, can I like take a look at your neck?" And she's like, "Yeah, okay, right here." And you know, she's just kind of like doing the surface, like cursory, like what can you tell from like a once over type inspection. And very, very early on in this, you see like on the back of her neck, 2 puncture wounds, one on the right side, one on the left. And they seem to be eking some kind of black ichor.
Gross.
Um,
Your guys' reactions are killing me.
oh my
And
gosh.
she's like,
Great,
do you
GM.
see anything? Is it a bug bite?
No, you're good.
I mean,
I feel like
Technically.
Brentwick is like, and I'm like, no, this is not the time to alert her to the fact that she may or may not be another one of those things. Just like, you're fine. Just like gives
Like-
another tug on like the handcuff knot. Like I can, this is sturdy-ish.
does this hurt? And just kind of.
No, it doesn't.
Want to flick her on the forehead. Like, does she not feel pain? Like, I want to
Ow!
know. Okay, no, we're good. Okay, that works. That works. That works as intended. Okay.
Hazel, and like do your thing and just kind of point at the wounds.
I don't know
I know
why.
you have bandages
Oh
with
my
you.
god.
I don't know
Stick a
why.
band-aid on it, it'll be fine.
I feel, and I can't explain why Hazel would do this, but Hazel's gonna like lean in and like sniff them and be like, what's like, like just
No.
like,
Oh god.
Give me a 3 dice expert roll because you know smells really well because you're a cook. This will be counselor.
okay. Oh god, this isn't. Hold on. Are these? Yeah, these are the dice I want. Okay.
Dice goblin problems.
So I rolled a 6, a 4, and a 2. So 1 did roll over.
For counselor?
For counselor, yeah, because I'm at a 5 right now.
Oh yeah, there's a 6. I was like, 5 is the most.
Typically on a D6, there's
Yeah.
6, yes.
Yeah, you guys haven't rolled many 6s, have you?
No.
I think only a couple, maybe.
Yeah.
Max.
Okay, cool. I know
My
numbers.
last roll I rolled a 6, but I also I don't have a 5 stat, so it's less remarkable.
Yes. Okay, so 1 die succeeds and you barely manage it. So what kind of you're like a bloodhound in this moment. What kind of information are you hoping to glean from this investigation?
She wants to sniff because again, she's experienced animals in different kinds of desiccation.
Yeah.
That's a word you don't get to use every day. She's kind of sniffing to be like, is there like some necrosis going on here? Like, is this kid gonna like just fall over and die? In which case we can use it as bait.
I think you guys are taking the monster in this game a little seriously.
Every TTRPG, are we the baddies? Like, who handled the interview process to be counselors. Miss no longer feels like the weirdo for being into knots, because there's way weirder shit to be into.
I feel like she's also, because she's kind of wondering if there's, like, is there any, like, particular set, because if it was, like, fangs, because she doesn't know, like, what actually, like, got this kid, is there, like, a scent of, like, on the saliva or anything like that she can, like, glean, like, is this, like, a plant eater, or, like, what's going on here? Paint me a word picture of what's going on with this.
So, real quick, as you wonder this, you're kind of looking off into the forest thinking about what you have gleaned from smelling this recently freed child. And as you think about that, you focus on one of the trees, and on the tree you see carved in one of those little hearts with like a little pocket knife, it says, "Discarded dork donated this sapling," and it's just carved into the tree. That's for you, discarded dork. Have a good night. we got 5 more to do.
Thank you for all your donated amenities to the camp.
I love the idea that a donated asset ended up in the middle of the woods where nobody could find it, because that totally has never ever happened.
Oh my god. He's correct. It's totally never happened, and I have no stories about this.
So as you're kind of looking off into the distance thinking, you know that it's not a decay, it's not like, it doesn't smell like the meats that you get from your prime butcher counter. Like, you almost feel like the smell, like if this kid just got a good bath, like you're reminded of Gerbil and how you got the honey off of him earlier. Like, you just feel like if she could get cleaned up and like calm down, she would be okay. The smell isn't like offensive to you. It's not like she's been transformed in some way. The weirdest thing is the puncture wounds and the ichor that's coming out of there, but it seems to have stopped since you removed her from the casing. And it's like dried up, just like the blood resin on your bat.
Can we go back and look at that tree then real fast to see if Hazel's immediately going to be reminded of like picking something from the tree and like how it like how the
oh, like
stem,
when sap comes out of it, like when you like cut into it.
Yeah, she's gonna be reminded of the of like how the stem
God,
withers.
is it the trees? I don't want to have to burn down the whole forest. Like that seems like a crime.
Yeah, let's go take a look at this tree real fast. Like she's gonna like reach into her apron, she's gonna like grab some lard and be like, "This is polysporin," and like throw it on like the puncture wounds and then like band-aid.
I don't like Vaseline. Like nature's Vaseline.
As you look at the tree, you see kind of the remnants of the casing attached to it. You see that the bark behind it is similarly withered and looks just as kind of raw and peely as the skin of the child after she had just been freed. You don't see anything emitting from the tree, so you can safely think that like it's not the tree that's doing this. It seems like this was a place that whatever chemicals were in this sack of, goop, it was stored here. Sally kind of tugs on your shirt and she's like, "If you want to ask me any questions, I can answer them." if you're done smelling me.
With her like tied hands.
Her tied hands. Her handcuffed hands.
Sally, so what happened to you?
One question. What?
God.
It's just literally like 5 hours later. So what happened to you?
Just like we've done everything except talk to the witness. Just.
I mean,
Oh
in
my
all
God.
fairness, you saw somebody's face attached to a monster.
That's true.
Sure,
All
I
we knew
admit it.
would just be like, "Meh," and no.
I'm gonna get ya.
As Hazel asks what happened, Sally kind of shakily points down the path that you had identified as the right path. And she says, I don't remember why, but they left me here. They bit me, and then everything went dark. And I kind of woke up in the sack, but I saw them leave down there, and they were taking the rest.
Who is they?
And the
Hey?
rest.
Rest.
The rest of the kids. There were other kids. And at first I thought it was okay to go with her because it looked like Miss Marie, but then it wasn't.
Oh no.
Did she also make ungodly noises at you?
She sounded funny.
That's one way to describe it. Like,
Well, we're definitely not walking you back to camp. That's gonna take too long, and we're definitely not sending you back by yourself. And I don't really want to send anybody by themselves, so I guess you gotta see what we're looking for. with us.
Hooray! I'm so excited. I get to be with the adults.
oh God.
Brentwick's gonna make a shorter spear and hand it to the child. Hands still tied.
She grabs it with her tied hands and she looks at the knots and looks up at you, Mist, and says, they're not the prettiest ones I've seen you make, but thank you, she says to Brentwick as she holds the spear.
You're not looking at me. You're looking in front. Just. I'm gonna put her in front of me and be like, I'm gonna keep my eyes on you.
Okay, Miss Mist. So you
Don't
have
call me
a
that.
bound child with a spear heading down the dark path. And as you walk forward, you travel for an hour or so. Is there anything that your character would be doing as you walk an hour down this dark pathway that has been kind of crushed by something much bigger than you?
Brentwick would probably try and find some kind of suitable stone to make a spearhead, rather than just a sharpened stick. So try and get an upgrade on the lock.
Sounds good. I think
feel like
you're
Mist
in
would
territory
always,
with your tools. I think you're good.
I feel like Miss is always like getting kind of lost in her thoughts. Be like, is there something there? And keep stopping. Like stopping and starting, and then like Hazel keeps running into her, and they that's just the end of the whole thing the whole time. Probably
And Sally
not
as
wise
well
to give
at
me
the front.
fire.
The Sally is the kind of in front of
Yeah.
you as well. So yeah, a little bit of a chain reaction there.
Not wise to give me fire.
In an hour.
but- That's why it was an hour. You know, it could have been like 25 minutes, but it was an hour.
She's Hazel, of course, walking into Mist all the time is just gonna be throwing out like, oh, don't toss your cookies, stiff upper crust. She's just gonna keep throwing all of these like metaphors out, like she's gonna try and soothe through food. That's all that's gonna happen. So
You have a granola bar that's talking to you now. Is that like, hello? Like this is like the comfort. The comfort food is also the food you get to talk to.
she's gonna bring out the lard hand one more time and be like to Mist, and just trying to she's trying to be a kind friend.
This makes Mist happy. Like Mist calms down a little bit with these sort of antics, and it makes her feel like, okay, we're still in camp and not like in an episode of a horror movie.
As you feel that thought enter your mind, you reach the end of the pathway, and the camaraderie, the bonding, the breath, taking a breath, taking another breath, the calming nature of the walk gives way to tedium, gives way to anxiety, gives way to that hair-raising sense of fear that is right at the base of your neck, the feeling of something about to happen, of something that you're afraid will happen. impending on the horizon, as all of you find yourselves in front of a large, dark cave. You know, Brentwick, that this is the path, the only possible path that those other two could have led to. And from inside the cave, you hear scritching and skittering and chittering. And you hear also the sound familiar to you of Graham and Wheezy crying. What do you all do?
I'd like to light another piece of wood on fire from the torch and chuck it into the cave.
Okay.
Let's just immolate these small children.
Mist will just kind of like, you'll just be like, fire. I'm like, yup. There's just like, here you go.
Yeah, just going to find like a nice piece of dry wood off like a nearby dead tree and light the end, knowing it's not going to burn for very long, but definitely wanting to see kind of like, is there a face within the first 5 feet of the cave?
Too many things have popped out randomly. Just
gonna chuck a piece of just a single piece of burning timber into this cave.
Yeah, the timber burns. It's a small flame and it peters out quickly, but it acts almost like a flare as it arcs through the dark night, through the cave. And you see, for a brief flash on the cave walls, more of that kind of sticky, white, gooey substance lining the walls, and they're glistening, almost like it's made of coral or something underwater, beautiful marble, but it's covering from like floor to ceiling, even on the arch of the cave on the interior. And it seems to go in a little bit. There's no immediate presence.
You say there was a couple more of the cocoons, like the one we found the kid in?
Yep. Floor to ceiling, covering the entire surface of the cave wall.
Awesome.
And no sign in that flare, no sign of what was actually making the like that kind of stuff?
Nope. You just see the cave stretching before you.
Before we move into the cave, I'd like to quickly set up like a fire that's going to burn for a minute outside of the cave so that we're not bringing the only source of light in with us. And we'll be able to see if something is coming in after us.
This is why you're the survivalist. Great. Awesome idea.
Well, considering Hazel was gonna say, what if we sent the kid in to see what grabbed her?
Oh!
Will it do it again? Clearly it has a type.
Can I be a helper? I want to be a helper.
Oh god. What if I just tied a rope around her waist so we can just yank her back if something bad happens? Like, that's clearly, like, a little safer than just go on. Good luck. Godspeed.
I feel like Marie might have some words to say about that.
Or will she?
Marie doesn't say words, okay? We've been over that.
Oh, well, Miss Marie didn't say anything to me the last time I saw her. She just made those sounds, so it's okay now.
No. See, that's what she. Yep. That's that.
Once that fire's built, unless anybody else has anything, I'm happy to happy is a relative term. I am good enough to move into the entryway of the cave.
What if we did how do you describe it? It's like where you put like a rope at the start of like a cave and you have it, you trail it with you. So
Like
you
the
can make
Minotaur
your way
maze?
back. Like what?
Like the Minotaur maze?
Yes, and we all can hold on to it and move along so we know that we're all kind of on. Do you got your rope? We're all part of the same rope, and then we can follow it to run back if there's lots of tunnels.
Are you carrying that much rope with you?
That's up to you, Miss. Are you?
Miss just does everything rope related. Also, it's a type of paracord. I'm pretty sure you can unravel into a thinner amount, if that would be better than just like a thick rope the whole time. So yeah.
As you guys are
It
having
can
this
be.
conversation,
Strands.
as you guys are
Makes
having
it a
this
lot later.
conversation, you hear in the interior of the cave the crying of the two boys turns into screams.
All right, let's. I'm like, there's the fire at the entry now, right?
Yes.
All right, cool. Going in.
Oh, am I coming too? Sally asks.
Well, I can't leave you out here.
Yes.
Don't feel great about bringing you in, but I feel worse about leaving you here. So I guess so.
You can go first. You know what, Sally? Important job. You're gonna go first.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Give me a monster roll.
This camp is gonna get shut down, y'all. There's gonna be lawsuits. Ugh.
1.
All right. That's a 1 die success. So the
Complication is you're racked by guilt.
the
for the first time
complication
ever.
is you're racked by guilt for the first time ever. And you can't even think of a food pun that encompasses the guilt.
No.
It's like a
Yes.
sneeze you have to hold in.
Yeah, feels weird. But Sally walks ahead of you, a good helper, and you all enter the cave to the sound of screams, and they get louder and louder as the two boys who you've seen dine at the mess hall and have kind of laughs with you and, have their own little quirks and their own little ways. Their voices, so recognizable to you, are just kind of locked in this scream, and you hear them yelling, "Help! Help! Oh, my glasses! Ah! Help!" As this is clearly Graham and Wheezy. As you walk into the main chamber of the cave, you see out of the darkness, you have the torch, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's not quite a strobe light effect. But it's that comforting kind of flicker of flame as it lights up the interior of this cave. And it's a small circular room. And in it, you see the webbing is thicker here. I would actually like everyone to make a monster roll to see how well you can get through this webbing and push through to the interior.
Monster roll?
Monster
Nice.
roll. Yeah, and I would say you can prepare with it, right? Because you took time to make a plan.
So 2 then?
2 then. Yeah, you kind of have a sense of what you're getting yourselves into.
5 and a 4. 2 successes.
All right.
1 and a 4. So success.
1 success?
We're using monster or counselor?
Monster.
2 successes.
Okay. I got a 1 and a 2, so it has to be under, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, okay.
Wonder. Oh, so I failed twice then, because it's the other way around. Yeah, because I needed less than 3. So I failed twice then.
Okay. So 2 successes for Mist and for Hazel, and then for my gosh, I always blank on your name, Brentwick. For Brentwick, that's 2 fails, correct? Okay. So none of your dice succeeded, Brentwick?
5 and a 4. So if it was a monster roll, I need to roll under 3, right?
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to reduce your number by 1, becoming more counselor.
Okay.
As in this
Sure, is an
moment,
excellent time to fail.
by the way, you guys do have from chat, let's see, that was DMK 588 gave you guys a reroll, or no, a plot twist. You have a plot twist. Let's see.
Was it a chat defined plot twist?
Child.
It's a me
I think it
defined.
just said positive.
It's a positive. I'll choose what it is, but you guys let me know when you want it. So if you're like, we could really use some luck, change of luck right now, you can activate your positive plot twist.
You can wait until one of us 3 is in like mortal danger.
I'm currently good with using the child as bait.
I'm gonna stay out of the microtransactions that is paying to re-roll my own dice, and just gonna roll with it.
Yeah. So this what DMK got is not a reroll. It's a narrative plot twist, so it's even more powerful. Because a reroll could just be as shitty as the first one, potentially, right? It's just a roll of a dice. But this is a positive narrative plot twist for you. So let me know when you'd like to activate it. However, Mist and Hazel, you push your way through. Hazel, you are empowered by the sound of your beautiful graham cracker screaming, and you need to help him. And Mist, you're just always like train wrecking forward. So you are just pushing your way through. We also have a reroll for you guys to use as well. Thank you. So you're kind of able to push through this webbing. However, Brentwick, you are the survivalist, and yet this is pure brute force. You didn't have time to kind of think of a way to get through this webbing. You're just trying to muscle your way through, and you end up kind of being stuck in it. Your complication is just like the weapons that you saw earlier. You and Sally, who was kind of leading the way here, are both kind of stuck in a large, almost like net-like structure that's kind of stretched across the entire room. You're not wrapped up in the way that Sally was, but you find yourselves kind of dangling, almost like puppets on a string, as you hang there, as Mist and Hazel burst through on the other side.
Should have greased him up, sorry.
Could help.
Still kind of greased up. I can cut myself free.
Yes, you can. While you're doing that, when you enter the room, Hazel and Mist, behind you, you hear the sound of a determined Brentwick, like sawing away at the bindings that are holding him, kind of dangling above the ground. And the three of you, and Sally included, all four of you, see in front of you the source of the screams. In front of you is a large creature with the face of someone very familiar, Muriel, kind of in front and center, hoisted on a large spider body. It is bulbous and kind of mottled, and it has 8 large trunk-like legs. It's probably, I don't know, like 12 feet tall, 13 feet tall, just kind of hovering above you. And it stares forward at you. It is kind of looking at you with the deepest fear, like the deepest kind of hooks of fear in its eyes. And you blink, and Muriel's face is still there, but behind it is something on these tall pillars as well. But instead of the spiderous body, it becomes a bear, and it has large kind of claws and fur that is like stretching out from behind Muriel's face. You blink again, and Muriel's face is sitting aloft on top of, again, something on these large trunks holding it, kind of almost like a Dali painting above the ground. And instead of a spider, instead of a bear, it is almost like a gnashing wolf, again, with like the body of fur kind of expanding behind it, the tail curling up into the sky. It seems to be shifting and morphing with every blink, but the body itself is changing, but the legs always stay the same. And all around you, this goop, this like kind of fibrous, tendrous stuff that's like keeping you there. You feel it pulse as each time it changes, the goop like responds to it. And you see like this light shining on the creature with every flip, with every like blink. The goop also kind of shines brightly. Muriel says, "What do you do?"
I'm trying to hack myself out, so that's priority number 1.
Sorry. So many options. She's going to, her battle cry of soup's on, and she's gonna go after legs.
The pillarous legs that are holding onto these forms.
Pillarous legs.
Yeah, it seems to be the only thing that seems to be constant, so that's what she's focused on is she's going for the legs.
And with the bat?
Yeah, with the bat.
Okay. I'll give you like kind of one round forward, Brentwick, so that you can kind of saw yourself free. So as you're kind of furiously sawing, you see Hazel burst forward, and this face that's like on this creature that keeps shifting and changing on these like giraffe tall like pillar legs that are kind of almost comical if they weren't so terrifying. You're hitting where on the leg exactly?
Over the joints.
I was gonna say, I'm like, is there like a discernible
Achilles heel.
Achilles
Like,
heel.
Yeah, if there's like a discernible kind of jointish thing, that's what she'd be going for. She's
Yeah.
thinking about like the pop of
Ankles
the
and
bone when
knees.
she like is deboning a chicken and that kind of thing.
Yum. Give me that monster roll.
It's
2
crab
dice.
leg pop.
Oh yeah. Yes, that's what I'm thinking of, like kind of like a chitinous, like a chitinous? I don't know how you say that. Like a very like hard exoskeleton type leg.
Oh, she sees this. She's like, I brought the old day. I'm good to go. And yeah, she's going for the joints. She wants that crab dinner.
Please
on,
don't eat it afterwards. That's all I'm asking. Like, I know it's probably like an interesting cuisine, but please just don't eat it around me.
Heck, soup's on. And we're gonna start two roll. And I'm going for a monster roll.
Yes.
So
Pure brute bat.
I rolled a 3 and a 4, so I'm under 2 successes.
Okay. So with 2 successes, you do it well, and you hit this thing in the joint, and Muriel's face looks down. Currently, she's aloft on, I believe it's kind of like a large, like alligator type thing. It has like scales, and it looks almost like a dinosaur of sorts, but it's still kind of suspended on these pillar legs. And with each flash of the pulse of the web, the shape changes and twists. Muriel's face kind of elongates and looks down at you, and her eyes go wide as your bat strikes into the joint of the leg, and the leg begins to buckle. And Muriel's face is now brought down close to yours. So she does a dip, right? Because the leg kind of cracks. And so the large body, which keeps flashing and changing, is now holding on to her face, which is like right in line with yours. And you have a moment where you remember your last encounter with her. What are you remembering about Muriel in her more normal human form previously back at camp in this moment as you guys lock eyes?
I'm remembering the standing in the kitchen together and her with this recipe book that she is suggesting that Hazel actually consider, and I remember just having this absolute, bellowing on Hazel's side of being like, no, I've been cooking this way forever, and I know what is best, and I remember pushing this recipe book back at her, and not gonna lie, Hazel's feeling pretty justified in this exact moment.
In the memory, Muriel's like, but we need to think about the gluten, as you hear her voice kind of echoing from that past conversation of your recipes and your cooking. And here in this cave, with kind of all of the bestial power behind her, Muriel's face just kind of looks at you open mouthed, and you hear almost like a lion's roar, guttural and low and strange, and the clicking of all of the joints on these legs that are keeping her aloft in this kind of mutated form as she looks at you and just says, "Aah!" and her mouth open begins to salivate down.
No.
Sally says, I don't like this anymore and I want to go home. In the background, you hear the sounds of screams as the 2 eyes peeking out of the white goo that's like on the wall is clearly the sounds of your boy back there.
Your graham cracker.
Of your graham cracker looking out through the webbing.
She's gonna just keep going after joints. And meanwhile, screaming that the only white goo that should be in summer camp is marshmallow. Like that's all she's doing.
Sally's like, I love marshmallows as you're hitting.
Oh goodness.
What is Mist doing? And Brentwick, you are now cut free, and Sally is as well, and she kind of tumbles out onto your back like a little Sally backpack.
Mist has rope. That's it. That's really it. It's super sticky what they're stuck in, so she's gonna take one end of the rope and just try to get it as stuck into the goo that as she can.
Mm-hmm.
Her plan is to do the whole like we're fighting an AT-AT, like just like run around with rope and like do circles to like make the legs trip. That's the plan. That's all Mist has.
Nice.
That's it.
Give me a monster roll on that. I'm gonna go with expert because of the ropes and knots.
Revenge for what was done to the rope course.
Exactly.
That was my nicest rope!
Yeah, those are my best ropes.
Is there any benefit to the fact that, like, right now I'm assuming Hazel kinda has Muriel's entire focus at this point in time? Is that helping?
Like a help?
Yeah, I would say that's a help from Hazel, right? Yeah, go ahead and add a die from that.
And
Alrighty.
we're trying to cut open the things with the kids in them.
Oh, you're
While-
going behind Muriel?
Yeah, while Hazel is trying to hack everything,
Mhm.
beating the life out of them, Brentwick's gonna try and get the kids out.
Okay, sounds good. Why don't you give me, let's see. I mean, you could do a counselor roll if you're we've been using your survival with counselor, like if you want to take your time with it, or if you're barreling through the webs again, you can use monster.
Monster's not gonna go well for me.
Potentially no. So counselor?
Yeah.
Wonderful. And for you, Mist,
I rolled a 5, and a 3, and I have my current score right now is a 5.
Is that your first monstrous counselor roll?
Yes.
Amazing!
It happened twice.
Amazing. Okay. Yes. So your AT-AT, describe what it looks like, and then let me know what you want for your monstrous counselor insight. Brentwick, I'm gonna say it's probably got to be a monster roll in this situation, right?
I mean, I mean, 50-50.
Yeah.
You're
And-
in charge.
And you guys have all those like plot twists and things too. So I kind of want to like put you in a bad spot. You
When
know?
the GM openly conspires against you.
Well, I mean, because we could say it's survival, but like in the heat of this moment, I don't know how much you're going to be using your survival so much as using your like fight or flight, right? Your instincts.
It's a selfless act, right?
Oh, that's a good. Okay, I like
Good
that.
Yeah.
You got me. All right, go ahead and roll counselor.
I read the first paragraph of the rules.
And with Pandion Games, that's all you need to play. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, give me a counselor roll. Give me your expert because you're using that survival skill. Or a help potentially from Hazel, however you'd like to. I think 3 dice on that sounds good.
3 dice?
Yeah.
Okay. That's going to be a 1, a 3, and a 5, so that's going to be 2 successes.
Nice. Okay, so AT-AT's got 2 successes and a monstrous counselor. And we got Brentwick with 2 successes as well. So you succeed. Okay, wonderful. So Brentwick, can you describe how you, I guess, like obstacle course your way through this room? And please describe your AT-AT as well, Mist.
Was my role just to get across the room or also to cut the kids out? Is
And
that a separate
cut the
thing?
kids out as well, yes.
And the kids, okay. Definitely going to be running like through and underneath this monstrosity and like jumping over the rope that
You're assuming is happening at the same time. Like we're
Yeah.
like this is like a dual strike.
I
Right now.
saw my opportunity. You got a bat, a rope, and like eyes away,
Uh-huh.
100%, and then it's like jump through, and then with very heavily larded weapons, like slash down the sides, and yeah.
Perfect. So the kids kind of tumble forward. They also look like undercooked chickens. They're like really raw, and like they have those punctures in the back that are like eking that black ichor. But now that you look at it, you see that it glows, like in the same way that these webbings have glowed every time that the creature changes. You can see a little bit of that essence is like in the ichor, and you can kind of see it more clearly here. It seems like stronger and more prevalent. That's what you notice on like a survivalist level. On a human level, both of the kids go, and they just like glom onto your legs. And Sally from behind you on as a backpack is like, it'll be okay. You just have to kind of get used to like not being in there. It's fine though. And they're like, they're just kind of holding on to you, one on each leg. The glasses on Graham are still like plastered on his head, and he's just like smashing his face into your leg even more. And he's like, I was so scared. And that's our Brentwick rescue scene.
Hero, valiant hero.
Valiant hero of all time, or at least of camp. Mist, AT-AT, give it to me.
I mean, at the end of the day, Miss is just like a college kid. Like, Miss is here to get some credits, and like this was not the experience that she was hoping for. All she has is movie references. So she's doing like the whole like ninja run. She's like, this is my moment. Like, just like, and doing like loops, as many loops as she can around the legs of Nopery, like weaving in between to make sure it's not just like on the outside, and just being like da da da, nope, like I just, because that's just what she's like. I just, don't look at me, like don't touch the sticky stuff. Like she's just circles. Like I'm imagining like the like just that's what's happening right now.
And pretty much to facilitate
Yeah.
that, you know, Hazel's got the bat going. So it's almost like every hit you take, Hazel, you put the pillar in position for the AT-AT moment. And the two of you working in tandem, you hear that skittering noise of the legs kind of moving along the ground. They crunch and they crack, much like crab legs that are being broken. And you can see that glowy goop actually begins to come out of the broken joints as well. The shape behind Muriel's face twists and changes even faster. So it's a spider, it's a lion, it's a wolf, it's a bear, and it's just kind of moving between all of these different forms, while Muriel's face is just like locking eyes with you, Hazel, and it appears to be in pain. The kids around your legs, Brentwick, look up at you and say, "You're the hero of my life. Thank you." And Graham says, why was Miss Muriel like so weird?
I love they're just doing a live Q&A. Like, there's active combat in front of them, and they're like, now's the time to ask
They're
questions.
just looking up at you,
Great
like
time.
clinging onto your legs like little boots.
Brentwick's gonna look down like, stay here, let me go ask her.
Like, that's your handicap, you know? That's like the -1 to your rolls, is that you have children on each limb. Just...
And definitely gonna start trudging over with that spear.
As you join the fray, the morphing body, like the pillars of the legs have cracked and fallen, and so it's just this kind of writhing body that's like shifting in between forms as Muriel's face just like makes the noise of whatever creature is supporting her, and then it finally settles into kind of a blob, like it can't decide on the form, and so the pulse of the webs settles, and it's just kind of like a you would know, Hazel, like undercooked meat, like just like things that have started to cook on the pan but you didn't let them sit long enough, and the interior is still pink. It's just this like shapeless gooey blob of human that's jiggling behind Muriel's face, and she looks at the three of you and says,
I just want to to learn to talk with human face to
Oh, God.
talk to you.
No.
What do you
Is the
do?
blob, is the blob flammable?
I don't know. Only one way to find out.
I was to say, Hazel's going like, oh, I'm understanding a little bit more of the food with faces thing. Okay.
It's like, yeah, no, I can see why that's not appealing. I do get it now. Oh gosh.
Counselors, what is your decision in this moment?
I vote arson.
To me, that says that is not our counselor twisted in some shape or form. So
I don't think we're getting her back. That's my assumption, but
So it's just sorry. Is it just like her? Sorry.
has the face gone away?
Nope.
is it a body stealer?
On top of the blob.
So
Oh,
it's like
no.
just her head, or it's like her skin has been stretched across the face of some creature.
Oh gosh.
It does have a shape to it, so it's like a head that protrudes, but in a way, the face looks kind of like a mask.
Oh, this reminds me of that episode of The Office where like Dwight cuts the face out of like the mannequin. Just me? No? Okay. Cool.
I think we're gonna go with crime brulee on this.
Yeah, crime brulee. Yes. Yes. Yup, that's the thing. I vote fire. Fire.
You guys do have a plot twist if you want to use it.
It's a positive plot twist.
It's a positive
Use
plot
that
twist.
after the fire.
I'm just saying. Just here to remind you.
We can use it to fix what we mess up with the fire.
This thing is huge, right?
Yeah, it's huge, but it's been
And-
taken down. All the crab legs are broken.
What do we have on ourselves? We have rope, we have fire, we have some form of lard suet, a knife.
We have Old Bay. We have crab legs.
And
We
you have
a
the
cord from
friends
a
you
tree,
made
rock
along
on
the
it.
way.
There's all these children on Brentwick's legs. That's what we did this for.
Real quick, do I see any other cocoons that might hold a person in this space?
Funny you should ask. You look up on the ceiling and you see a humanoid-shaped cocoon that has layer upon layer, but you see two eyes poking out of the front.
Brentwick's gonna look at Mist, be like, tie them extra tight, make sure they don't move, hold the arson for now.
Tie the blob?
Yes. I believe in you.
Not in her wheelhouse, but she appreciates a challenge.
Hazel's gonna offer. She's gonna think about like the netting that you like put around like certain things.
Oh, like cheesecloth?
Yeah, cheesecloth and stuff like that. And she's gonna be like, so if you strategically,
Like
and then
tying
every
a
so
roulade.
yeah, oh yeah, like thank you, like a roulade. She's gonna be like, so if you do some crisscrossing, but while she's talking, like she's just gonna like take the bat, just on the leg, like just one more time.
A couple of hits in there, like, while we're at it.
All right,
Just
so
sporadically, like,
Hazel is kind of keeping it in place. And Mist, are you trying to tie up the blob?
I am trying to tie up the blob.
All right, give me a
My
monster.
whole life has been prepared for this moment.
Give me a monster roll with expert because you are such a good knot tire, and this is the weirdest application of it. And actually take 4 because Hazel's helping. Yeah, exactly.
So how many dice?
4. Oops, 4.
And I'm rolling what again?
Monster.
Ooh,
Oh,
I got a
and did you ever
2.
give me your monstrous counselor insight? Question?
I assumed it was. I knew how to tie it so it would fall over like an AT-AT and not like, and like weaving underneath it and stuff like that. Not getting.
No,
kicked
but
in the
you
face.
get an insight. So like you
Oh.
like kind of something you want to know about. If you want.
I would like to know, I mean, I can just straight up ask you a question, or like, how does...
Mm-hmm. And I have to answer honestly.
Are there more of them?
As you look around in this chamber, it takes up so much space, and you do not see room for more of them here. Although you do see on the ground, in some of the webbing, large, kind of looks like fish roe, like big glowing balls.
Crime brulee. That's what that's for. All right, noted. Okay, burn it down before we leave. Cool. I had 4 dice. I can count. I had 2, 2, 5, and 3, and I still have a 5 as my monster. So I got one monstrous, and then all of them are below because chaos.
Amazing. So you get a critical success. The extra effect that you get from tying up the blob is that you feel like you've immobilized this creature. So, you know, it's not like, even though Hazel's hitting it, it's not going to break out or anything. You feel like you are the expert knot tire, and you have tied up something gelatinous. So you're going to put that on your resume.
I'm going to take out my phone and like take a couple pictures, like some close-ups of like the exact knots. Because like I have Knots Enthusiast fan club on Mondays, and I really think that this would be like a great like show and tell.
Clarifying question. Are you doing like selfies with the blob and Muriel's like face in the background?
Here I was hoping the bonus was that you were able to tie a set of stairs into the block so we could get to the roof easier.
You have a positive plot twist. You have a positive.
That could be that could be the positive plot twist.
To it.
But Mist is trying to have some fun with it at this point. I love the idea that like she's taking a picture with it, but it's like Snapchat, so it like puts a filter on like
it's like ears.
It just does like juicy face or like the dog tongue.
Oh my god.
Dog ears pop out on the blob.
Oh my god.
Muriel tries to speak and it's just the rainbow barf.
It's still the noise of okay. Group, Monstrous Counselor Insight. What would you like to know? Let me take us home on this. Let me take us home.
Oh god.
I will say, for as far as intentions that you can carry into the potential insight you might call, Brentwood very much wants to cut open the thing on the roof and then drag.
How we get roof thing down? Just
and drag this back.
retrieve.
To camp.
Yes, I would like to drag this thing back to camp as well.
Please don't eat it. That's all I ask.
How?
Please don't serve it to me.
I won't serve it to you.
How you get the roof thing down? I mean, that one's, you have to get up there. But in looking for a place to get up there, you do see that because the cave is covered in this, it's so sticky, you could, using some of the magical lard, kind of do a Spider-Man walk up, potentially.
Oh my god.
I mean, you asked, I answered. It's an option.
No, but immediately you're like, the walls are sticky, and all I could think was throwing the kids up for it.
As you think this thought, this thought, Sally on your back like a little backpack, and then Wheezy and his friend, whose name escapes me at this moment. Oh, Graham. They're looking up at all of you. All of them are looking up at you adoringly. Like they have just like sparkles in their eyes, and they're like, "You saved us!" As you have this momentary thought of using them as stepping stones.
Yes. And here's where you repay me. Just.
So, kids, have we told you about the concept of what doesn't kill you makes you stronger?
Yes, Miss Hazel.
Excellent. We're putting that into practice.
Counselors, what would you like to do? The blob is immobilized. Would you like to go up to the ceiling to get this thing down?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the interest of time, you are able to successfully either I will not ask how, but I mean there are some options here.
We're just gonna say we don't speak of it again. Just like it's.
I'm like,
We
we
just-
could fashion a ladder, given a little bit of time.
While you're
Not
up,
wanting children.
while you're up on the
I mean-
ceiling. Go ahead, Tech.
Oh no, I was thinking. Okay, again, we have lots of rope. We can just do like the whole rope knot thing, and if you throw it like hard enough, maybe we can just get it to stick to the top of the ceiling, and you can shimmy up and do the stabbing things, and then just shimmy on back down.
With ingenuity and teamwork, these camp counselors that have been in over their heads from what they were paid to do are able to get to the ceiling and
We're
free
getting paid. Y'all are getting paid for this.
some of you. You're able to free the trapped person beneath the goop up there. That, you know, now that you notice below, the blob creature is no longer changing. There's no longer a shimmer or sheen to this. It does not move or change with it. And you are able to recover the very atrophied, very kind of slimy and hasn't seen the sun in a while body of Muriel, who is alive but breathing shallowly and seems to have been drained significantly from the ichor that is kind of coming out of the back of the two holes in her neck. As soon as she is freed from this cocoon, the Muriel face on the blob withers, cracks, and falls off much like plaster, and beneath it is just a wiggling shape with a bunch of glowing yellow eyes that peer out at you all. And the last part of Muriel's face that falls from it is the mouth, and it says, "I just wanted to talk to you."
Crime brulee. I think, okay, we saved the people that we know of, and just crime brulee. Just,
We're
There's
gonna
still
take this back.
there's egg
Do the
sacs
rest.
and stuff. Just, it's fine.
We're gonna drag this back. Do the rest.
Okay. Oh, you want to keep it? Okay, that's on you. Everything else, all the little egg sacs, no, that's gotta go. Mist has found a new love for arson and fire. She's gonna get very into pyrography after this.
Oh my god, I love it. So, counselors, is it your intention to take the creature back with you?
Yes.
Fair intention.
I will say, since we're nearing the end here, two things happen. One is that as you crawl up to the ceiling to free Muriel, you do notice on the top, kind of like with like a little bit of a stone carving on the top, it says, "This cave excavation brought to you by a discarded dork," chiseled out on the ceiling. So there's that. And also,
It's the best redeem ever. It's great.
you do have a plot twist and a reroll. So in our final scene, let me know, would you like to bring the blob creature back with you to camp and torch the eggs?
Yeah, bring it back to camp.
Did the blob creature become a camp mascot?
All Hazel really wants is, well, actually, Hazel wants to actually properly crack open one of these legs and just and confirm that the meat that she thinks is there is actually there.
Okay. As you crack open one of the legs, black ichor, like the kind that was coming out of the necks of these individuals, spills out onto the floor, and it kind of wriggles and moves along with the blob shape, and the leg is completely hollow.
Maybe the eggs then. And she's gonna.
Mist is never coming back. Just this is the last summer.
So, to conclude our game, we cut back to camp, where all of you have kind of your final vignette for your character. It's been 1 month since the episode of this adventure. The kids are in real counseling. The 3 children that had been taken were removed from camp to go into serious therapy, as no one can quite tell if they experienced something traumatic or if they just need to talk out why they think they experienced something traumatic. But either way, the kids are kind of on their last
Not
day
okay.
here. They're not okay. They're on their last day here with you. Their parents are here to pick them up, and they're kind of standing in front of all of you, and they're waving goodbye. They give you all big hugs and say thank you. In particular, the glasses have been fixed on Graham, and he's like, I don't know what that was, but I'm really excited to read this summer. I'm just going to stay home and read. That's it. That's all
Me
I'm going to
too.
do.
Same.
And Wheezy gives you all like a little camp salute as he was taught, and he's like, it was pretty good. I don't know how I got there. I don't remember going there. But thanks for finding me. You always find me. And he gives you a big hug, as well as kind of waves to Hazel and to Mist. And our good friend Sally is just like, you didn't even know about me earlier, but now I'm your favorite, right?
Yikes.
And the kids head off to years of therapy. And for all of you counselors, what is your vignette at camp as you sit on a bench that was donated by Discarded Dork and think about how you're going to spend your last few weeks of camp? And also, viewers want to know, what's your positive plot twist?
Well, we brought the thing back to camp, right?
Uh-huh.
I'd like to think that we managed to find a way for it to talk without horrifying
Body snatching?
and trapping and body snatching people. And now we have like a new camp counselor with entirely too many legs.
So, if
Oh, God.
I'll give me one more roll of the game. Let's see. Use your counselor skills, all of you, to help this creature learn how to talk without stealing people's faces.
How many dice?
I don't think you're experts in this, so each of you give me one.
What, we're not linguistic experts.
How dare!
No,
Yeah.
not twice.
Where's Kevin? We need Kevin to teach this blob how to speak.
But you do have a
It's gotta be
reroll.
two, because we're all helping each other, right?
Interesting. Yeah, you could. I mean, I don't know how helps and group rolls work, but yeah, give me two for all
What
the
are we
help.
supposed to roll for?
For counselor.
Well, I got
That's
one of
pretty
each.
tough stuff.
I got a 1 and a 6.
I have 2 fails, so I
2 fails.
Do you want to use that reroll?
love to use that reroll.
Boom. Got it in.
Okay. Reroll both of them?
Yeah.
Still 2 fails.
Oh no.
Almost like it's really hard for you to roll counselor rolls.
Almost like it's really hard to teach a non-humanoid creature that you know nothing about a language that it doesn't natively speak.
What'd you
know
get?
what?
There's one success in there.
I realized why Hazel has failed is because she's trying to teach it how to speak English through, like, food idioms. So she's, like, walking on eggshells, and it makes no sense to them whatsoever. So it's just, like, I'm assuming that Brentwick, like, realized that, like, Hazel just shouldn't be allowed this thing, and plus she's constantly trying to, like, cut off, like, tentacles off its face and, like, deep fry it because she thinks it might be, like, calamari.
Every time you put it in the pan, though, it just dissipates into that same black ichor.
She's like, darn, that recipe I found in the main camp office, like, is there another monster?
I mean,
You have to
really
think
far,
about the
but-
gluten, Muriel says in the background.
Sometimes, like, Hazel's like, bread? Sous vide? I don't, like...
Mist, what's your roll?
Oh, I got 2 fails.
2 fails as well. Do you want to use that plot twist, or are you saving it for a rainy day?
I guess it's now or never. I
Love you,
think.
chat. I'm trying to help
You know
you out
what?
here.
It's gonna be... Positive plot twist is that this is now, like, it's a part of our lives. They're a part of our lives now. At this point, we took it home and now it's ours. Miss elects to go to group therapy with Blob so she can get over, like, how much innate fear she has of him.
It followed me home with broken legs, dragged by a rope.
We're having like one of those, like, oh no, like the kid became friends with a whale sort of thing. What an unlikely pair. Like, that's
So the positive plot twist is that it doesn't kill you, is what
doesn't
I'm
kill
hearing.
me. and I don't set it on fire.
Uh,
And we peacefully coexist.
There's a peaceful coexistence. It does not try to kill any other campers or, be violent to anyone. The only one who can understand it, though, is our good friend, whose name I'm going to remember one day, Brentwick. You're the only one who can understand it. You've taught it to speak in a way that only you and it understand. And just as a interesting plot hook wrap up, it shares that it is the spirit of many animals of the forest that lived in a magical kind of pod that gives it its changeability powers underneath the camp here. And the camp broke its nest and built over it. And all it wanted was to just be able to talk to people and to explain that it needed to get back to the heart of the forest that had been built over. But everyone kept trying to stab it and beat it. And it tells you this, Brentwick, but you are the only one who can understand. And it's kind of sitting on a bench, also donated by Discarded Dork, with you, as it's telling you this story, as the sun sets behind you all.
Well, now I feel bad because capitalism. But like...
And on that note, that is where we're going to end our session.
Into the sunset with Blob.
Into the sunset with Blob and capitalism. And
oh my god.
That is the end of our game, you all. We did it. Yay.
We did it.
So good.
My face hurts from
My
laughing.
face hurts too. My cheeks hurt so much. They're so warm.
Oh my god, you guys killed it. I just want to say thank you for playing. I know we ran a little long. This is our first run through, so I need to get my pacing together. But also, I was just having such a delightful time with you all.
Still in schedule as far as I'm concerned.
Well, that makes me feel good.
We're still like 10 minutes before the end time you told us.
Well,
so,
there we go. Hooray.
You know,
I
perfect,
did
right on time.
But don't go anywhere, chat. We have a giveaway, right? And we also wanted to give you the opportunity to talk to these wonderful folks. These are all crafters who did a bookbinding project. And to that end, I'm going to turn it over to Tech because I've done the game mastering of today. And so when we go back to craft domain, Tech, you're in charge. So I'm going to, on my end, be pulling the giveaway. But on your end, Tech, if you don't mind running some conversation with our folks here just about like, how does the craft stuff fit into all this? And first person will get the bookbinding of Mist's Camp Journal. So you got to know Mist through the game today. And also the TTRPG package. And then everyone else that we draw also gets the TTRPG package. So please, if you haven't entered the giveaway, you get 1 ticket a person. So put in ticket into chat, !ticket, and grab those tickets. And I will pull the giveaway shortly. Tech, over to you.
All right, y'all. Well, one super fun session. I was in tears multiple times. I'm out of water because I hydrated entirely too much to compensate. In terms of crafting, I mean, like for us, the main thing was we have 2 massively creative domains, and we're trying to find the intersection between them. I mean, bookbinding for me in particular, I liked picking this craft. I like that we picked this craft for this TTRPG because I mean at the starting out and with any tabletop sort of game, we're starting with a narrative and with a story, and that's something that we're building through the craft itself. And I mean, just as like a preliminary question from my end to our lovely players, based on how that went, based on how the session went, what is one essential thing that you think each of your characters would put in their journal? They're like, ooh.
I feel like at the end of the story, Brentwick would be trying to actually write down the language that they have learned together.
That's sweet, actually.
Whether
That's
it's like
very
Morse
sweet.
code, like I feel like it would probably end up being Morse code. Like, I feel like it would just be like a big Morse chart and just all of that kind of stuff.
All right, Andy Weir. Okay. Sorry. This is just we speak our love language in this household is like books, and this is straight up out of Project Hail Mary. So I'm like, I see this. I see it.
I wasn't the one that made the weird spider creature.
It was all the animals of the forest.
As an aside, I would like to point out that Brentwick had a goal and he achieved it.
Oh
I
yeah.
had a goal and I did not achieve it.
Yeah.
I kind of tried to at the end, but that didn't really work.
Wonderful case in point. So even though this is a simple one-page game, like you all came in with motivations for your characters. So can you share what your goals were for the monster?
Mine was to befriend the monster. That did not go well at all. Although I did try at the end to come to peaceful terms with it.
Hazel, in her quest to remain ageless, in the eyes of the campers and her fellow counselors, she went rifling through the records in Muriel's office and came across a recipe for some unnamed creature that lives in the forest, and her goal was to one day actually cook that recipe. So she attempted it, but it's potentially a different monster that might be out there that she doesn't know, but she is ready with her bat, with her meat tenderizer, and she's got her Old Bay, and she is ready to
Lard
go.
in the apron, just...
Lard, yep. Ready to slap some lard on that, and...
Utility lard.
Utility lard.
Yeah, she attempted her goal. It just didn't quite work out for her, so... Yeah.
Brentwick's was to attempt, because they had actually seen some kind of monster in the woods before, but nobody believed them, so their goal was to capture the monster and show it to the world.
And now you're besties.
Now you're besties.
Yeah, I would
you
say,
can do like a comedy tour or something. Like ventriloquist, but it's like Morse code and blob.
You know, that's terrifying. Also, Art and Jess did a blobfish spider mash drawing the other day, and it's all I can imagine for this.
Yeah.
Hold on.
It's
I
just,
saw that.
Yeah, it's all I.
Oh,
that's all
that's
I have for
exactly. Oh my god, I'm actually scared of how accurate that looks.
For this monster?
For this monster. Oh,
Oh,
my
wow.
goodness, that's actually terrifying.
That's awesome. I love it.
I'm gonna have to take a picture and send it to you, Allison, just so you know how accurate it is.
Good. I mean, I pulled it from the universe somewhere.
Well,
We were vibing.
Here we
Yeah.
go. There you go.
Yeah, look at that. Look at it.
Yeah.
Like, it's got the whole like pillory legs.
Yeah.
It's blobby with a face.
The blobfish face.
I love it.
And I mean, I know that y'all are both sort of in the crafting creative sphere, but I mean, I also know you guys are into tabletop. I mean, I feel you make your own dice. Cool. I mean, Moth, I know you make your own dice. I feel like that's a part of it now. I don't know if y'all have played lots of rule light sort of tabletop games or one-pagers, or what was your impression of more of a looser structure or like less crunchy gameplay of like a one-pager versus some other sort of games that you guys have played before?
Ooh.
I love that.
I will absolutely start on this question because I am the person that comes with like 9 pages of backstory to a D&D campaign. Of like, this is what this character had for breakfast when they were a kid, and like, this is like, I come with some really granular stuff, and having that, like, this was incredibly freeing to be like, I only have to inhabit this character for like 5 hours, and I only have to know who she is. Like, we're not going to get into her backstory. We're not going to talk about anything in particular. And being able to just kind of be like, hey, you know what, I can say, Hazel can say whatever I want her to say in this session because, guess what? She doesn't exist. As far as, at midnight tonight, that's it for Hazel. She's gone.
Little pumpkin.
Yeah.
Until Monsters and Counselors 2,
Exactly.
Return of the Blob.
the second thing that I absolutely loved, and I mean, it's huge. I mean, obviously, everybody who's here in the chat this evening is aware of just how fantastic insight, Allison, how amazing you are, and knowing the fact that like coming into this, you're like, this camp is your space, and you can inhabit it the way you want it. It can look the way you want it to look. Again, that's something that, you know, when we go into campaign, if it's Mothman, if it's Clever that's running it, you know, it's their world that we can kind of poke and prod at. But like having this space, and I think it kind of hit me when you were asking, like, what do the tents look like? It was like, oh my goodness, I get to make this decision. So it's I think just the collaborative effort on all kinds of things, it just was fantastic, and really makes me go, you know what, if, you know, taking a look at these different TTRPGs and these one-pagers, definitely a totally different kind of light, and makes it a little bit more easy to think about and digest. And that is my very verbose answer, because that is how I roll. Mothman, your turn.
Yeah, so we definitely haven't done many of these. I think we've done literally one other one, which was just Goblin Punks, I think.
Yeah.
I'm always like, I'm somebody that, as far as like D&D and stuff goes, I really like the crunchy builds. I like the like intricate complexity and everything, but I do think that regardless of what rule system, whatever you're in, it's all in service of the story. And I think the kind of the rules light, you know, D6 style systems and everything are really do kind of build back to that, because, you know, yes, you're rolling, and that's more for tension and for intrigue and everything, but at the end of the day, you could turf the dice and you could just tell a story together, and it would be just as good. The rules are in service of the story, and I think that's what this side does really well, and it's really great for bringing people in that, you know, D&D or similar, whatever system you're in, a more kind of comprehensive system is a lot to try and throw at a first timer. So being able to kind of make them laugh at Spider-Manning up the wall using children's bodies is the kind of thing that's gonna get people hooked in this hobby. So yeah, I think these are great, and I had an absolute blast with this.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to draw our winners. Tech, can you share Mist's journal that you bound?
Yes.
And do you guys have yours too?
My camera's not great
to show off
right now, but this is this is the journal that we bound for Miss. With it's specifically Japanese butterfly binding, so it's a very minimalist binding that specifically lays flat with an exposed spine. Super fun to do, not very difficult at all to put together. We did it on stream. If the VOD is on my channel. It's not something that's terribly complicated, but it's super useful. I mean, I honestly am thinking of doing something like this, but like with all of my one-shots, where like each signature of a part of the notebook is a one-shot, because I feel like it's would be a cool way for me to keep all of the information together, and for any purpose. If you want to do sketching, if you want to put a graph paper in it and do it for like cross-stitch pattern planning, there's tons of uses, and all you really need is a needle and thread and paper.
Love it. Can we see some more of those pages, Porfa?
Yes. So Mist being the way Mist is, you know, y'all know the obsession with knots. Y'all know the obsession with knots, so there's lots of different little knot diagrams. This is actually embroidery floss that I had on spare that are just the steps of the knot tying process for a couple different knots, because I mean that's her bread and butter. That's what she's into. She has all the different knots in their applications that she takes note of. We've got some thoughts about Counselor Muri, mainly that she won't let her participate in camp activities. There's a sad face related to that because she spoiled some fun for her. There's a list of her social life. I'm bad at doing camera things. in which she has model train courses, Knots Enthusiast Fan Club, Time Alone, AV Club, in which they're watching the movie Knots Landing, a ropes course, macrame, and rock climbing. Those are her hobbies. Um, and a drink that she had designed. This is her ideal camp drink. It was called a Trainado. Uh, it involves hot cocoa and milk, caramel, Cadbury chocolate, fresh honey, whipped cream, and a dash of nutmeg, a cinnamon stick, and a stroop waffle on top.
That all checks out.
Yeah, it all checks out. I mean, this is some some other like notes pages, specifically that carbon fiber rope will be in the next budget and will in fact replace the macaroni necklace budget. One particular note that she made on a summer night was observation: tying campers into bed is not an effective way to prevent sleepwalking. These are just some of Mist's thoughts, ideas, some random, cartoons in here. There's some actual, there's some different stickers, such as not passing the vibe check. Just lots of sort of fun little things. I'm going to be fleshing it out a bit more with the I guess activities of this session. Just more knots. There's lots of knots involved. You want to learn how to tie knots, there's gonna be like 7 guides in here. So I mean, this is fun.
I love it. And the winner of this beautiful notebook of Mist, Camp Counselor Notebook, is Siddles. Congratulations, Siddles.
Siddles, yeah, you're gonna learn so many knots. I'm gonna have so many knots in there for you to learn.
Such a naughty influence.
Such a naughty influence.
So Siddles will get the information from you to get you the book, and also a virtual TTRPG package of Pandian games, the game we played tonight, and then 3 other of the games that they made. So that's fantastic. I'm drawing 3 more winners that will win the TTRPG package without the book, obviously, because there's only one book. It's handmade and coming to a mailer near you. So we've got Turbo Jerky, Foxy Taco, and Mr. Shanks. And I'm gonna draw one more because Turbo Jerky's my mod, and I know that he'll be like, give it to someone else. So I'm gonna draw one more. And the Nick Neagle. All right. So Foxy Taco, Mr. Shanks, and the Nick Neagle, you are the proud owners of the TTRPG package. So you get this game that we played and 3 other Pandian games.
I'm sorry, side note, we had a conversation with Nick the other day, and he is looking at he was playing D&D, and he's looking at getting back into the TTRPG space. So
great!
I'm overwhelmingly excited about that. Oh my gosh, sorry.
That's wonderful. People. Great! So excited.
Mr. Shanks, this is so exciting.
Oh my gosh, I'm excited. So we will connect with you guys. I'll give you that link. Thank you, Pandian Games, for donating those packages. That's really awesome of you. We had such a lovely time playing your game, and so it's great that we get to share that with other folks. So make sure you check out Pandian Games as well. But yes, I guess for me, I'd like to end by asking you all, what is the overlap between crafting and RPG?
Ooh. So, for me personally, I know that our house is very, we're all about the creating with our hands, or creating with the creative side of our brains. Sorry to put the 2 words back to back. But personally, I'm a writer. I play around with some of the crafty kind of things, but for the most part, I am always trying to do the storytelling portion of things, and being able to have these days where we sit down and this is removed from whatever plot that I have outlined. This is something completely different. Instead of coming up with those inciting incidents on my own, I've got somebody like Mist who all of a sudden is going to, run the opposite direction when the monster comes along, and I've got Brentwick who's gonna get stuck in the goopy the white goop, and all of a sudden there's all these things that are happening that I might not necessarily be thinking about. And I always find that when I come out of these sessions, my desire to create is like I always tend to refer to it as like my creative tank has been refilled. And coming out of these types of things, I think they feed into each other, because the more we play, the more I want to play, the better I feel about what I'm doing with my own craft, with writing specifically. So it's it's kind of this, this Mobius strip of things that work well together. And it's just been absolutely lovely. As somebody who's still very, very new to this space, I think I played my very first game back in February this year, Mothman.
Yeah, something like that.
It's something that it's there is something very, very freeing about it, of being able to jump out of Carrot's skin for the evening and become this ridiculous character that I just am not normally. So yeah, that's
awesome.
That's kind of my thing that I how I feel about the whole thing. So yeah.
Love it. Mothman, anything to layer on?
I mean, I have personally always used crafting and making things as a way of managing my mental health. It's always been a big part of that for me. But the big part of it is the reason that's effective is the excitement and energy that you get from putting energy into a creative endeavor and having it bounce back. And I feel like that is when you have a good table, a good GM running the game, like that is there in spades. And then you obviously get all of the additional offshoot nonsense, like dice making and making and painting minis and all of the other silly little stuff, cosplay, whatever makes you happy. Like, there are so many offshoots that you can do that allow you to just take more and more and kind of loop it in and make this kind of silly combination of things that just feeds creativity from multiple different angles. And you get to learn new physical crafting skills. You get to learn how to better tell a story and interact with others. And I think, honestly, one of the other big parts is learning how to make space for others in said story. And I think those are all super important. I think the skills are very transferable.
Yeah. Awesome. Tech, you want to close us out?
Sure. Are we talking about also what we are thinking of doing next?
Oh yes, I meant like your thoughts.
Okay, I was like closing out everything.
You're like,
or like,
yep,
just me.
Yep, I can do that. Oh my god.
It's like this is like the mist readying pose.
Yep.
Like, yes. I'm sticking myself. Train, position, engage.
Your final thoughts from you on crafting and RPGs. What does it mean to you?
I mean, for me, it's I feel like I'm always very curious about, whether it's crafts or whether it's RPGs. I feel like there's always something that I want to do, but not necessarily it's going to be the same thing every time. Like, I am crocheting, but it's not going to be the same thing from time to time. And part of that dynamicism of crafting and knowing that even though it's kind of the same thing, it's not really. I feel like that also comes into tabletop, where it's like I'm playing a character, but that character is part of a different facet of me, or something that I wanted to always explore or try to put myself out of the box for. And I think that's really applicable to crafting, where I'm like, I've never done polymer clay in my life, but let's buy a thing and do it. And I feel like there are times where I'm playing a tabletop game and I'm like, I never play a character that's like this. Let me try to do that. And I feel like both of these hobbies are places where it's a lot more freeing to go beyond yourself in a way that you might not be able to do in real life. And yes, exactly, do the scary thing. And I think that in both the crafting space, it's a very, at least what I've experienced on Twitch and with the Twitch crafting community, it's a very comforting, supportive, hypey space. And I feel like in the same way, tabletop, when you're within a good group and you have a good GM and you have characters that vibe with one another, it's the same sort of hypey, supportive environment when you're all working on something together. So I feel like they really have a lot of bleed over in the sort of emotions that they bring to the table. Um, and I think if you it boils down to trying a new thing and having people around you to support you while you do something new or do something different.
I love that so much, and I just thought I'm gonna ask our guests this every time, and you're gonna have to come up with a different answer every time. So
Oh,
you better
God.
get going.
Well, that's a new craft. I'm just gonna be crafting sentences each time.
I love it. I love it. Well, thank you all so much for playing and for being game for this project. This is a great collaboration, and it's like exploring new territory. So I'm so grateful for all of you for just being along for the journey and like being game for this. For those of you who want to get in on our next cohort, I'll put the application in chat. We'd love to have you, whether you're a crafter or a TTRPGer. Our next project, we will announce it here tonight. It's going to be Brindlewood Bay, which is kind of a Murder, She Wrote old ladies RPG. And we're going to be crocheting, of course. So that's going to be our next pairing of crafts and RPGs. And we hope you join us on that fun adventure as well. But yes, thank you all for supporting in chat. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for playing. And Tech, anything else to add before I legit close this out?
No, I mean, Allison, you know how much I freaking love having you as a GM. I've played so many games with you, and I'm never ever like, oh no, I've had enough of Allison as a GM. That's never happened ever. We could do this forever as long as you'll have me.
Ditto.
But I mean, super happy to be able to do this collaboration with you. I think this is the first time I've done something tabletop since I started streaming, and it's always a blast. And to our lovely, lovely, awesome players, I mean, I love both of you. Y'all are some of the first people that came into my stream and were like just like the kindest, most supportive people. And when I say like people are there to support you, I'm like I also directly both of you like just such lovely vibe. It made me cry. Yes, no, I cried a lot. My husband was like, "You never cry. What's happening?" And I'm like, "People are nice." And so I'm really happy that, I mean, for this first like run of StoryCrafters, to have both of y'all like just lovely personalities, just and y'all do check out their streams too. I didn't mention that, but like Mothman, awesome creator. You get to see mini painting, you get to see dice making. I mean, also a 3D printer, fellow engineering nerd friend. Carrot, wonderfully creative and hilarious person. I remember watching back your VOD for Camp Chaos when you were doing story writing, and I was like, I like how there's focus time but also chaos time. Just, it's a great vibe from both of y'all, and I can only imagine how wonderful your household is with both of you in it, plus Toby. It sounds like a riot, and just and also, if you want to invite Toby, then you feel free to do so, as the third member of the household that hasn't been introduced.
If I could find the treats, I totally... Toby, come here.
Zelda 100% like made an appearance at one point. She's like, "You normally call me over during the stream and you didn't, so I'm just gonna show up and hope you give me treats," and that didn't happen.
Oh, I'm assuming Cole actually has the treats. I don't know where they are.
You win.
Yeah. Zelda.
But yes, I dropped your links in chat. Please follow our players. It's been a blast, y'all. How else could we end but on a cute dog?
Yes.
that is
Always for
the
the
ultimate.
pets.
Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, of course.
you.
And we'll see you soon for more StoryCrafters. So make sure to follow Tech and I to keep connected and take good care. Have a great night, all.
Good night, friends.